My name is Kit Hale, and I have the honor of serving as chairman of Housing Virginia. It is a pleasure to look out in the crowd and see so many familiar faces, so many new faces, and those of you that are here to learn and partake of this gathering. So we appreciate y'all being here. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to our Housing Acts. Today's forum is a new venture for Housing Virginia, but it aligns perfectly with our mission to increase awareness and expand housing opportunity in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Now, I don't need to tell you all that the industry is changing rapidly, and creative thinking and advancing technology are touching just about all facets of our work. From design, construction, finance, management, public policy, and consumer preferences, all these things are profoundly different than they were just a decade ago. Y'all, I'm looking at some young folks out there, so you might not remember how it was 10 years ago. I'm looking at, how can I say this respectfully, some more seasoned folks out there that remember what it was like 10 years ago. But who could have imagined that a decade ago we'd have had homes built from repurposed shipping containers? Now, we thought we were going to have to move the meeting back there because we couldn't get y'all out of those containers back there. That is, for those of you that did not get a chance to tour, please make time because it is way, way cool. We appreciate the folks that went to so much work to get them here. Or who would consider that we would be printing homes from 3D printers? The answer to that question is with many of the speakers that you'll hear today. We're going to look into the future. We've gathered experts from around the country who are on the cutting edge of the changes of our industry. And because this is a conference on innovation, or we're in time to call it an unconference, as we've been describing it. So we hope your experience will be different from the typical event that you attend. In addition to our opening plenary, we'll have open plenary speakers. We'll have 12 next talks to choose from. These are TEDx-style presentations that cover a range of topics, and there'll be hands-on workshops, a discussion about the future of building code, and a 20 by 20 session this afternoon. There's 20 slides at 20 seconds each. It gives each speaker 6.5 minutes to make their point. And those of you that know our executive director, Bob Adams, he's doing one of these sessions, so we're taking an over-under on whether Bob can keep it to 6.5 minutes. We also have this exhibit area open for much of the day, and there's an opportunity for small groups to meet with our speakers in this room later this afternoon. It'll be fast-paced today, like the industry environment that we're in. We want you to have a blast. We want you to have a new experience and hear new ideas, and also network with your 250 colleagues that are in attendance. Again, we appreciate y'all being here. There are a lot of facts that you'll learn, but here's a fact I'll assure you about. These events do not happen without our sponsors and our partners. Our partner for Housing Acts is the Center for Housing Research at Virginia Tech, and a special thank you to Dr. I know I saw him here, Andrew McCoy and his talented group at Tech. And you've also seen our event sponsors scrolling through these screens, and I especially want to thank all of those sponsors that you'll see, and most importantly, a shout out to VHTA. They have been with us every step of the way, so thank you, Susan, and the VHTA team that's here. I know some of you are supporting Housing X as well as VHTA plug for the golf tournament tomorrow, our charity golf tournament tomorrow. And I especially have a warm heart for those of you that are partners with VHTA. I've had the honor and privilege of being their board chair as well. So the very last thing, certainly not least, we have a dedicated and talented board at Housing Virginia. So I would appreciate if our board members would just raise your hand, give a shout out or something. Let's give our board members a It's been my honor and privilege to chair the board and be with these talented folks for several years. And also, and y'all know this, in your paying jobs and your lives, that nothing happens without competent and quality staff. So I want to acknowledge Bob and his team. So staff, please give us a way of knowing who you are in the room. They're probably out working staff back here. And I especially want to give a shout out to Eric. Yes, thank you. And I want to give a special shout out to Eric Sims and Grace Cohen for the heavy lifting they did to get this. And all the volunteers they had to wrangle around to get this event. So, it is my honor and privilege to invite to the podium one of Virginia's most dynamic young mayors and a friend of affordable housing, the Honorable LeVar M. Stoney, Mayor of Richmond. Y'all help me welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, y'all can do better than that. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Well, it's my distinct honor to welcome you all to the great city of Richmond, the capital of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the center for all things arts, history, and culture in this great state. I've, over the last 2.5 years, had to work on a number of different challenges that the city of Richmond faces. But there's one issue that's so critical that it needs our attention today and tomorrow, and that is the issue of housing. See, housing is foundational. It is the building blocks of a good life. Just as an individual needs a quality education, quality health care, they also need quality housing as well. My chats with Dr. Desmond, a professor at Princeton, stated that housing is a vaccine for poverty. And in the city of Richmond, with a poverty rate of 25% and 40% of our children living under the poverty line, this is why the issue is so critical in urban centers like ours today. And that is why my administration has been focused on the mission of building one Richmond. That is, no matter who you are, what color your skin may be, how much money you may have in your pocket, who you choose to love, or who you pray to, that you can live out your God-given talents and a high-quality life right here in our city limits. And that begins with housing. We understand that our predecessors in this great city made some intentional decisions that pushed a number of our most vulnerable residents in the corners of our city, creating the issues that we have today. And that is why we have to be just as intentional in unwinding those decisions from the past. And that's why here in the city, in my first 2.5 years, we focused on more of an investment in our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, tripling the amount in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in our first 2 years in office. Our second pronged approach also has been directed towards our eviction diversion program, the first of its kind in the Commonwealth of Virginia, to ensure that residents can stay in their homes and that those who are the homeowners can receive the rent that is due. Third, we've been focused on the functional eradication of homelessness in our city as well, working with our nonprofit sector to ensure that each and every individual who chooses to find shelter at night has an opportunity to do so. This three-pronged approach obviously would not be possible without partners. Government can't and should not try this alone. We need those in the nonprofit sector, those in the private sector, to step up and ensure that we offer a high quality life to all of our residents, no matter what neighborhood they live in. So today is an opportunity for all those practitioners out there to sharpen your skills, to sharpen your swords in the housing game. Yes, the market is changing. And the desire for more and more individuals to live in urban centers like ours is becoming even greater. You think about the migration patterns of this great country. The top 3 migration patterns are African Americans leaving the Deep South for the North. The second or white residents fleeing the cities for the suburbs. And the third, now former suburbanites moving back into the great cities of this country. So we must be innovative and creative to tackle the challenges that face us as communities, and I know that we have the people in the room to solve the problems. Thank you all very much, and have a great day.
I'm Susan Dewey, Executive Director of VHDA, and I first want to start by thanking Mayor Stoney for being here today, but also for the passion that he has for housing. So please join me in thanking him. I also want to take a moment to recognize Kit Hale. Kit is about to roll off of the VHDA board after 10 years of being on the VHDA board, and 4 of those is serving as our chair. He's also during that time been the chair of Housing Virginia, as you heard, and also has been very distinguished in his support of what's going on with the National Association of Realtors. So Kit, I'd like to thank you for your service and your passion for affordable housing also. Give another shout out to Bob Adams and the board and staff of Housing Virginia. You know, they took a little idea that we all talked about how we further innovation, and they grew it to this wonderful conference. So thank you for that and for the support from Virginia Tech, Andrew McCoy, for your talented award-winning team at Virginia Tech. Thank you so much for this. Excited to see so many people here. I know that you've come from all across the state. Some of you are new to Richmond, but it is exciting to see some of the transformation that we have experienced with housing in Richmond as well as in your own communities. But thank you for your interest and your passion for trying to work with us to figure out what we can do better in the future. Because housing plays a key role in transforming communities, VHDA is thrilled to be a leading sponsor of the inaugural Housing X Rethinking the Box Conference. And we're happy to celebrate our long-standing partnership with Housing Virginia. We're excited about today's conference because it's focusing on innovation and how we can contribute more to housing affordability. In fact, this conference brings to mind a quote by Winston Churchill: "No idea is so outlandish that it should not be considered." And we'll be considering a number of ideas that maybe a few years ago we thought were outlandish. We'll be hearing from experts all around the country to discuss some amazing examples of building innovation in the housing industry. I'd like to just discuss with you a few moments about some of the ways VHDA has been exploring new ideas in quality, affordable housing. We started a new group at VHDA a few years ago called the Emerging Thinking Group to help us look for new, innovative ideas. Some of the group members are here with us today. This is a group of our next generation thought leaders all across VHDA. So if they would just wave their hands, if they are members of that group, so you can join me in thanking them for helping us. Also, we've been strengthening our focus on manufactured and modular housing. For example, we initiated a manufactured housing pilot project with Next Step, which is a national organization seeking to transform the manufactured housing industry through consumer education, affordability, and energy efficiency. We've partnered with the city of Danville on this project, and 5 to 6 units will be built on donated land in Danville. These manufactured homes will be Energy Star rated and are specifically designed to fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. Sales prices are estimated to be between $125,000 and $140,000. They'll be on permanent foundations, and home buyers will have a traditional mortgage and the ability to build wealth while staying in their homes. Chris Nicely of Next Step is with us today, and he's been one of our key partners in this project. He'll be given a presentation of manufactured housing at 1 p.m. if you would join him in learning how that industry is changing. And similarly, there's much to explore with modular housing. For example, I'm excited to tell you about our work with a company in Idaho called Indy Dwell to bring you the shipping container home that some of you have already had a chance to look at. This is the longest distance they've ever brought one of their homes. So it's very exciting. We've been talking about this for some time, but just imagine those containers coming all across the country, all the way right here to Virginia, so you can see them today. This is, I think, helping us think differently about housing. It's a 960 square foot home, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. And this is, again, one of the highlights of the conference, so I hope you'll take time to tour it. Once the event is over, you're probably wondering what we're going to do. We're not going to ship it back to Idaho. We're going to keep it right here in Richmond. It's going to be donated to Project Homes, Lee Householders here, one of our nonprofit partners, which will be then placed on a permanent foundation in the city of Richmond and sold to a first-time home buyer. We're also excited that Pete Gombert, who's the chair of Indy Dwell, has come across the country also to join us. And one of the interesting things about Indy Dwell is not only are they looking differently at how to solve the affordable housing problem, but they're also trying to be a force for greater economic development. For example, they typically like to locate their production facilities in economically depressed markets, which allows them to pay above market rate wages in those communities. And in addition, every employee is an owner in the business. We're hoping that they will consider Virginia for one of those facilities. Pete's going to be doing a presentation on shipping container homes as part of our 15-minute next talks at 1 p.m. So if you get a chance, please drop by and hear him. And also, as Kit mentioned, we're excited about the prospect of 3D printing for our homes. I was recently in Austin where we were able to hear from one of the principals of a company called Icon, which is actually developing 3D printed homes. So we sent a second team to Austin to meet with the company to learn more about their second generation printer, which will print up to a 2,000 square foot home. And they're anticipating down the road to do larger homes and multifamily housing as well. They have hopes of a 50% savings, so we are really looking forward to learning more about 3D printing. And another way that we're looking to get new ideas is from you, our partners. And that's why we're using an increase in our LIHTC program to support an innovation pool. We will accept awards, applications for awards of these low-income housing tax credits in June. We're not really sure what we're going to get. This is new, but we are hoping to get some exciting new ideas for the LIHTC program. As Albert Einstein once said, if you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. So today I encourage all of us to be futuristic in our thinking, think differently, not just about what we're doing today, but about what we can do tomorrow. So now to help us get kicked off, I'm going to be able to introduce the keynote speaker, Noah Stanley. Noah's an artist, author, and activist, and travels the world bringing his message of creativity to everyone from incarcerated teenagers to Fortune 500 executives. He is the first ever artist in resident at VCU's School of Business, where he serves as an adjunct faculty member. In addition, his artwork is collected internationally and has been exhibited in numerous museums and galleries. He's also the author of 6 books on creativity and design and is a graduate of New York University. Our hope is that Noah will help each of us learn how to innovate more in our careers and in our organizations. Be sure to attend his workshop also at 2:10 this afternoon if you'd like to learn more about him and his team. So now please join me in welcoming Noah Stanley.
Set up my own slides here, so give me a moment. But good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, come on, Mayor got you to do a lot nicer. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. All right. Let's see if I can, maybe a tech person will come help me. Try this slideshow for me. All right. Look at that. How are you all doing today? Wow, a sea of lovely faces. A few people I know here, but a lot of folks I don't. And I'm really honored to be here. Whenever I do talks about the work that I do, I always like to contextualize it for people, because when you hear that an artist is going to speak to you in context of something like housing, it seems a little out of place. So I want to give you a little look at my artwork if you aren't familiar with the work that I do. So I'm going to show you a piece that I created relatively recently. Now the clicker moved forward, but the picture did not. So what should I do now? Should I press this button? Nope. Okay, it's a visual presentation, so it's going to be very strange. Yeah. All right. Not doing anything else. So as I said, I was going to show you a piece of my recent artwork. This is actually something I created here in Richmond at the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts, a beautiful, incredible international collection of art. And this was something that they invited me to create over the course of one day in this absolutely gorgeous marble hall they had. And so they said, Noah, you can do whatever you want in our museum. And I said, great. What I want to do is bring in hundreds of pounds of clothing from our local thrift store. And they were not entirely thrilled with this. But they were game and they let me do it. And so what you're seeing is actually the back view of my installation. And I do this on purpose because I want to have you a very specific experience. So what I did is I spent the day arranging these pieces of clothing on the floor, carefully sorting by color and size and shape. And this is what it looked like from the side. And this is what it looked like from the front. There you go, I heard a little, oh. That's what I wanted you to do. So that's good. And I'm glad that your game that just a pile of clothing was artwork, which it could be. There are people who work that way, but I do not. So what do I do as an artist? Well, my role really is to help people think differently about their world, to challenge them to take the mundane, the everyday, and encounter it in new ways. So perhaps you have some clothing on your floor right now, and you had no idea that you had artwork. This is what this actually looked like from above. And so you can see it's really distorted. It's what's called anamorphic perspective. It only looked correct from one point in space, and that point was where my camera was set up. And so anybody coming into the museum to see me do this work had the same experience you had in seeing it just be a big pile of clothing. So what was I doing? Well, as I said, I was showing them that everyday objects in their lives when they encounter this could be transformed. There could be something new there. I also was talking about perspective in a very literal way, talking about how our brains work, how we perceive things, optics, the science of the neuroscience of this. I was talking about history. Where did this image come from? Or who is this person? Which in fact, this photo, so this person's face is from a photograph. He's actually an anonymous Richmonder I found in a collection of the Valentine Museum's has a beautiful collection of old photographs. And this was taken by one of the first prominent African-American photographers in America who happened to set up a shop in Richmond in the 1800s. So what an incredible thing I could teach people about, because it wasn't well known necessarily. So when I talk about my work, I talk about it in the context of business. So one of the things I do is not only as an artist, I also travel and teach creativity and innovation in a business context. So this word innovation is coming up a lot already this morning, and of course it will for the rest of the day, focus of this conference. But I want to define that term, because I think sometimes it's really easy to throw it around. So the metaphor I use for innovation is growing things. If you want to think of seeds as ideas, so we got plenty of ideas and these little seeds, they have potential value, but they're not necessarily anything until they've been planted and grown. But once they've grown into something, now you have a tangible result. So a tangible result of ideas are innovations, and you can do stuff with those. You can catalog, you can quantify them, you can make decisions, you can decide what are people responding to. Let's grow more of that. Let's water it. Let's give it sun. Let's fertilize it and make it grow more. So this all makes perfect sense, and people love this idea because it fits into a business context. It's linear. The problem is that there's something really big missing from this metaphor. What's missing? Certainly the sun, yes. What else? Something below. Yeah, the soil, right? Where do the seeds from these plants go? Right? We don't want to think about that part, because in this metaphor, of course, what we're really talking about is creativity. And creativity, like the soil, is messy. It's dirty. It's not something you want to get on your hands at work. And so we tend to avoid this thing because it's kind of murky, and we've got to trust that if we put these seeds in here that we got to walk away for a while and something's going to come out of it, and we don't like it. So we tend to push creativity aside and say, this is not for us. This is only for people who might have a big C for creativity in their title, or people who have shown a talent for making art. And so we've said, no, this is not for us. However, the reality is that creativity is the essential, fundamental soil that we need to grow these ideas. And what we see now is people saying, look, we've got plenty of good ideas. We have all the ideas in the world, but for some reason nothing's happening. We're throwing all these ideas and they're hitting cement. They're bouncing off. And that's what's happening right now for a lot of people who are challenged with innovation. So the key is to cultivate that creativity, to generate a creative culture. So moving forward from this point, I want you to think about creativity as that fertile ground that you plant seeds of ideas and innovations grow. But you have to make space for that creativity. And that space is very much literal in some ways. We talk about space, that there's physical space, that there's room to do it. But also we need mental space for it. We need to open up our heads to this and grow our capacity for creativity. And also we need time, temporal space. We need to actually assign some time and say, this is a priority. If we want innovation, we have to have creativity. And so that's why I'm here as an artist talking to you. Because artists are trained to be creative, to be consistently creative and innovative in their work. But most everyone else that hasn't gone through the training we've gone through has not learned that set of skills. And it is time. It is necessary to do that now. So, very frequently I hear a phrase. People say to me, Noah, this is all well and good that you talk about this creativity stuff, but you are an artist and you're really good at what you do, and I don't have a creative bone in my body. Have you said that? I see a few people have said that. It's okay. I'm gonna help you out here. Don't worry about it. No one has creative bones. They are not a thing. They don't exist. So you are fine. What I want you to do is think about creativity as a muscle. We all have the potential to be creative. It is an intrinsic human trait. It is something we are born with and makes humans special in many ways. So when you think of creativity, you may think, well, I don't do art, I don't do this other thing, but think of the children in your lives, the children that you've seen recently, and think about how creative they are, how innovative they are all the time. And think about the fact that that was you once, that was within you, and it is still there. That capacity is there, even if someone along the way has said, you know what, you didn't do a good job drawing a horse in art class, you were done making art. You're out of that class now. You can go over to this other stuff. Let's focus on STEM now. Right, we've gotten rid of that focus on this set of essential human traits that are also now extremely valuable in the business world. So we treat creativity as a muscle like any other. You've got the capacity to be strong, but if you haven't gone to the gym, you haven't lifted those weights, you haven't worked out, you're not building up those muscles. And so what we want you to do is think about it in the same way. You've got the capacity to be creative, if you do the workout that's needed to grow. And you can go from wherever you're at to somewhere else. So I want to show you a project I did a few years back, because the fact of the matter is that, and I have to do this in a little tricky way now because I don't have control over this the way I did before. I'll show you in a second. So, several years ago, as a creative professional, I hit a point in my career where I was no longer inspired, where I felt stuck, where I no longer was inspired to do the creative work I've been doing, that was my passion. I mean, I had my dream job. Being creative for a living was exactly what I wanted to do, and I loved doing it. I did it for many years until I burned out. And this is not uncommon. I know a lot of people do what they're passionate about, and at some point you hit that roadblock. You think, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to go. I had plateaued. I was getting the same kind of work, solving the same problems. Everything was just the same level over and over, same, and I couldn't move forward. And so I needed to get myself out of that rut. And the way that I did that was very random, frankly. I was actually walking in a park here in Richmond, and I had a vision. And And this is true. I had a sentence come to me fully formed in my head, and it was, I should make a skull every single day for a year. Thank you. She's laughing. It's a crazy thought, I get it. It's okay. You can laugh, it's fine. It's a crazy thought, but the reality was that I hadn't been doing anything creative for myself, and I happened to like skulls. And so I thought I would do something that would get myself doing my own creative work again and putting myself out there. And so I made a little commitment to try making something different every day for a year, a different kind of skull. And I would share it with the world. So I would make it and I'd put it online. So what I want to do, if I might need help with this again, is to play this very short video. And I'm going to show you all 365 skulls that I made in 1 year, but it's only going to take 1 minute. So if you have like seizures that come from stroke, do not watch this. It goes by very fast. I'm not kidding. All right, so how do I make this play? Technical person, tell me. Because there's supposed to be like a thing here. It's not doing it. Where's my tech person? Hey man, I got it. Hold on, let's see. No, it's showing here. I can see it, but you can't. All right, we're gonna pause that. We'll try again. Hold on. Technical. Very different. And everything I say from now on makes a lot more sense after I show you. All right, so. Slide. Is that okay? So imagine now using a really diverse collection of things. Here's what I would tell you about this. The principles to this project were that I had to create a skull every single day. And so I was giving myself a set of limitations. We're talking about this idea about rethinking the box. And so I want to talk to you about another way of rethinking the box, which is to think about the fact that sometimes that box is necessary, which seems surprising. Because a lot of times when we talk about creativity, we imagine that we've gotten out of the box. We don't have one around us anymore. But what I discovered when I gave myself a set of limitations to work with in a project where I said, I'm going to make a skull, I'm going to make it in a day, and actually I was limiting myself with materials as well, that I was boxed in on these three sides. But that one side was open, and that's where I was able to rock it out with creativity because I had surfaces to push against. It's basic physics. I had a surface to push off of. And I could go somewhere. But with no surfaces, swimming in space, going nowhere. And so when we imagine creativity, we often think this idea that we're going to have this space and time that's limitless, and that's when we're really going to get creative. But what I found was that for my own creativity, I needed the exact opposite. And it was a real shock. When I was the most limited, when the most restricted of my career, I was the most innovative. So I am going to show you something from my project. As part of my project, doing creative work daily, I had to really solve this in terms of the context of my real life. I was doing real work, I was traveling, running a business at the time. And one of the things that happened was I went to the headquarters of Etsy. I don't know if you're familiar with Etsy, it's a website where people sell arts and crafts. And I went to the headquarters and said, can I make a skull while I'm here at this meeting? And they said, sure, what do you want to use? And we found this giant bag of lace. And so I arranged it on a table. Now, notice that you can't tell how big this is at all. And so this was something that came up in the course of this process, was working with everyday materials, creating new things, but then discovering too that here I was in a really cool space, and I didn't know how to document both the art and the space, and I had to be on a ladder to get really high up to get this picture, and it didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. And so it was one of the limitations of the project, but it was something that forced me to start thinking differently about how I could even document the things I was creating. So as I started working with smaller materials that I wanted to show off what they looked like, I started working with anamorphic perspective, that thing that I did when I created my artwork in the museum. When the museum had called me to do this, it was after I had already perfected an ability to do this, something I'd never done before doing my Skull a Day project. And during that project, I was learning by practicing, by planting little seeds every day for a year. And go figure, I grew a forest from all those seeds that I planted. Eventually, I got more and more expansive in my project, and so this was near the end of the year, and I was really pushing myself and increasing. So this was at a scooter store that's over on the south side, and I said, you know, could we use scooters to make this skull? I'll stand up on this little set of stairs and try to figure out how to make this look cool and show the context of the space that was in. So I'm developing this ability through the course of this little practice that started out, as you saw that very first image that never changed from the video, that was the very first day, which was just a little orange piece of paper. So a tiny little orange paper skull was how I started a practice that eventually led to opportunities like this, and opportunities like this. So I spent a year doing a little creative exercise, developing my own creative muscles and perfecting my ability to think differently. And what that led to was a transformation in myself and in my career. I was no longer just this guy who was doing design art for other people. I became an artist that people recognized, and places like the Virginian Museum of Fine Arts was called. Not me going, gee, could I do something? They recognized who I was from this practice. And so in this case, this was at the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia. I don't know if you know the Mutter Museum. Have been there? Yeah? So the Mutter Museum is an over 100-year-old museum of medical objects, we'll say, items in jars frequently. And they said, you were welcome to come to the museum because we love what you've done with your artwork and we want to work with you. What would you like to make? Well, I work with everyday objects. I make temporary installations. What can we use in the museum? It's all very old and delicate. It's important stuff. I can't touch it. And so the curator said, well, let's go down to the basement and see what we can find. And what we found was a collection of hundreds of slices of real human brains encased in acrylic as a teaching tool. And they said, would you like to work with that? Yes, I would. So now here's this incredible opportunity I was given, again, because of putting myself out there, doing a little creative practice and sharing my work, but also working within this set of limitations that allowed me to be so much more creative than I had. And so I said, great, there's this limitation of working these materials, and also we're in this beautiful room, I have to show off the room. And so here I am again, practicing this anamorphic perspective so I could show what a beautiful space that I had the pleasure to be in. And eventually I started traveling to talk about the experience I had with this project. I started talking to people in schools and libraries, and then I started talking to people in headquarters of Fortune 500 companies. And one of the things that I did was I started working with other people and collaborating and showing that I had the skill that I could teach other people. And so in this case, I went to a university in Kansas and was able to teach the students there this process. And we created this skull out of newspapers on their floor, and you can see how distorted it is. So again, a technique that I learned in the process, but then became something I was able to share with others. This is over at our, the Lewis Ginter Botanical Garden, also here in Richmond. They asked me to come and create an outdoor installation. Well, what could I work with at a botanical garden? How about mulch and rocks and pottery to create a photograph of the founder of the gardens. And when I did this work, I started getting opportunities because I was showing people what I was capable of doing. And I think this is really important to know when we talk about this idea of creative practice and about the work that you do, is that part of it is that no one was asking me to show what I was capable of. I only did it because I gave myself a challenge and put it into the world. But once I did, I got opportunities. And no one will ask you to show what you're capable of. It's up to you to put that out there and show what you have within you and what is possible. And so these shoes were part of a theater company in Pennsylvania who asked me to create an image for a play they were doing about Martin Luther King. And so we thought shoes would be a good material to use to talk about the marches and also about the people that followed in his footsteps. And so this is the image that we created using this technique. And finally, you heard me talk about, or rather you heard in the introduction, that I was the very first ever artist in residence at the VCU School of Business. The reason that I was asked to be at the School of Business is because they recognize that the future of their leaders, the students they're teaching now, is a set of skills that they need to learn around creativity, that they have to have these skills to survive in our world. And that the world is only going to continue to change more rapidly, that the technology is going to continue to present challenges to us, and that the skill set these students need is to be adaptable, to be resourceful, to be problem solvers. And so I came in there and taught them the skills I had learned as an artist and was able to show them perspective as well. And so in this case, we worked in their beautiful atrium. The students, faculty, and staff donated clothing, and we came in and we created over the course of a week a portrait of Maggie Walker. And this was before, there's a beautiful statue now on Broad Street of Maggie Walker, but this was before that statue was there. And here's this amazing school full of all these diverse students, and many of them had never heard of this incredible hometown hero. And so it's a great opportunity for education. And so when you bring in an artist, you get these opportunities to learn in these new ways and give these students a new way of thinking. And I want you to imagine, because One of the things I did was came in on the first day of freshman transfer students, their very first day, they came in, they met me, and I talked to them about my work. And I want you to think about that. If at the first day of business school, you encountered an artist who said, look what you could do with the materials that you have now, look what opportunities exist in your world that you could be thinking differently about. How would your education have been changed? So to return to this piece, I want to tell you one more quick story. So this was created, as I said, the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts, but something else happened in the museum at the same time. I had, right before doing this exhibition, had taught a class at Art 180. I don't know if you're familiar, it's a local nonprofit who does wonderful work with students and teaching them different art practices. And so I had brought in to teach a small group of high school students about what I do. And so I thought I would teach them portraiture. And I thought that I would teach them specifically how to use everyday materials and respond to them in new ways. And so we spent several weeks working together, and they created portraits like these. Many of them from photographs that they also found at the Valentine Museum at the same time that I found my image. And then some are of people that they admired. And we talked about the value of portraiture, of whose portrait is being made and why we celebrate certain people and not others, and how we could emphasize the people that are important in our lives. So these images were created as part of this class, but then they were put on display in the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts when I did my installation. And so think about these high school kids' first major installation in a museum, their first major exhibition, right, was in a museum, and how incredible that was for them, what an honor. And that show ended up going on from the museum to another museum, to the Black History Museum, where it had a long display there as well. And that's really what's important about this work of creativity, is that we don't know where it will go, what it will lead to, the opportunities that it will bring, the lives it will touch and transform. And that's why the work that you do is valuable. That's why this topic is so important, because we don't know what the end result will be, but we know that the value of it is there, and that it's worth spending our time on creativity. And so I want to leave you with this last thought, that creativity is a practice like any other. And if you can understand that you have the capacity for it and begin to practice it in your life, you will grow your ability to be innovative on a truly consistent basis. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was fantastic. My name is Ryan Otto. I'm with BB&T. I'm with BB&T in our community development group, working primarily in affordable housing investments, and we're crowd-sponsored today at Housing Virginia. As a board member, I'm so excited to see this room full of people. We weren't sure where this creative idea was going to go, but we had faith in the folks at Housing Virginia, and knowing that there would be a lot of interest in trying to drive housing and affordable housing forward in Virginia. I'm pleased today to introduce Deb Sheehan. Deb is the leader of Canon Design's firm strategies. Canon Design provides strategic activities, design, engineering, and construction services worldwide from over 20 offices. Deb has overseen the delivery of over $6.5 billion in design solutions for the built environment over her career. Whether advising global clients, be it the Turkish Health Initiative or the Kuwaiti Public Institute for Social Services, she's trying to drive forward innovation in the industry. Foundational to her role in moving Canon Design forward is going from the common mindset of this is the way we've always done it, to asking both why and why not, to drive innovation forward in their delivery models and solutions. Please join me in welcoming Deb.
Good morning, all. I am thrilled to be here with you. I actually traveled from LA last night, so forgive the bags under my eyes. But I'm really humbled to be in a room of so many change agents. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is actually an impetus of a conversation and an introduction with Andrew McCoy a couple months ago when he said, Deb, I really think you need to come. You need to come and you need to talk. And while my competency is not housing, I come from a firm that does a lot in student housing, but I'm really inspired by your mission and what Susan and others are really being catalysts in not only the Commonwealth of Virginia, but you're really trendsetters as we move forward across the country with consistent needs and demands that are placed upon many communities today. As I go through today, I wanted to just share with you, while Brian did an exemplary job, and he said, please God, do not read that whole bio. But I thought I'd share with you what I've been called by the industry. Some of these are more flattering than others, mind you, but I actually wear as a badge of courage the pit bull and pantyhose, because I think what it speaks to is change. You have to have courageous leadership, and you're all sitting here on the forefront of finally seeing an industry start to pivot. You're starting to see design and engineering and construction industries, mature building sciences to give you the arsenal that you need to be able to address some of the greatest challenges that are facing society today. And I'm proud to wear these badges. I'm proud to be that person that sometimes is that heretic screaming out in the desert when nobody else wants to listen or don't believe that it's even possible. So I offer that today because my call to you today is join that catalyst movement. Come and be strong, be fearless, and do not accept just because somebody hasn't already been there and done that. I actually encourage us to plow forward and experiment, and to Noah's point, use that creative engine. Use that as our backbone to be able to say, why not? What can be possible when we come together in these ways? I start this by offering to you that I really think it's important for us to challenge ourselves about understanding where disruption happens, because I'm coming to you, my background is electrical engineering, architecture, and then school business. So I'm kind of a mutt with regard to the design profession. But what's important is it's recognizing trends and understanding where that disruption and those facts are starting to collate together as far as the agency for change and the demand. And I think as we move forward in this today together, I want to challenge us that we're here at that edge of disruption. It's where we clearly see our past and the potential of our future and the challenges of today. And you're all sitting here very grounded in that, which is why you've prioritized to spend your time together today and come here as agents of change collectively. When I look at these factors as far as our industry, and this is kind of humbling, I look at the design and construction and engineering divisions, and we are extremely silo-based. It's a real challenge, I think, for us to be able to look for the fusion and be able to apply those creative agents to solutions that are being demanded in the real estate sectors today. And when I look at even the rate of adoption for technologies, we're just at the precipice of this. We're just starting to scratch the surface. Some in my generation that have been doing this for 30 years are extremely intimidated by it. Others, our millennials, that's all they know. And so it's that fusion of these two dynamics of these populations and demographics that is really causing, I think, the opportunity for change in the industry. I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek. I read his books, I love hearing him, I find him an inspiration for me. At the same time, I love when he looks at the why. I think that's very clear for all of you here. You're already grounded in the why statement of what has brought you here today. What is that challenge that you've accepted? What I'd like to do a little bit of a deep dive, with your permission, is to look at the what and the how, because that's where we're grossly immature in our industry right now. Some of it is because the building sciences are just on the precipice of advancement, but others because we're grounded in old paradigms of delivery. We're not seeing all the agents of change, whether that's our construction partners or our design agents, really embracing this in a manner that's going to allow us to achieve new levels of success. I also think as an industry, we have to own the fact, and when I say the industry, I'm owning my industry, which is the AEC industry, is it's really conflict inherent, unfortunately. We don't empower people to come together in ways that actually imagine something greater than what any one of them could do on their own. And so when I start to look back and say, okay, how do we start to bring people together? It's very much about the type of conversations that you're having today, but it was very similar to what Andrew McCoy heard me talk to the University of Denver on, is we need to get to the student body, we need to get to people that are starting to be those next generation of leaders in the industry and understand that it's okay to own this. We don't have to avoid this, but we need to move beyond it. The definition of insanity, right, is to pretend somehow, some way that we're going to do the same thing and expect a different outcome. And yet we've heard that across America consistently, is that, well, I just want to tweak this step, or I'm just going to incrementally change this, but I'm expecting radical transformation. That just doesn't happen that way, gang. That goes back to the point of courageous leadership that I mentioned earlier, is that that's where we need to start. We need to be able to embrace and sometimes be scared and be on the bleeding edge of something. And you all here, with regard to what we see back here, are on that level of experimentation. The innovation curve is strong here, and we need to be okay with failing at times. And that's another scary thing in America. We don't allow that with our students anymore when we teach them. We say, no, 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 you must be at this level of performance at all times. And for true innovation and change to occur, we have to accept that some of our greatest learnings will be in the opportunity for failure, and that we have to be able to take that and stand and advance beyond that. I wanted to share with you just a quick snapshot. I love this study, if you haven't seen it, from the World Economic Forum, which talks about professional services. So all the agents that are swirling around topics not unlike what we're trying to do with regard to affordable housing. And how are they starting to transform how they're interacting with the agents of change in those industries? And not to make this an eye exam, but if you just read the headers, for some reason I'm not advancing here, sorry guys. I think I'm stuck again, guys, it's not advancing. Is there something I need to do here? Sorry, I was like 3 slides ahead of you guys. No wonder you're all looking at me like, what is she talking about? Let me see if I can get it to go again. But it's not even this one.
There you go.
Okay. And now we'll get there. Okay, so this is when I was saying the definition of insanity. Sorry about that. I was like racing ahead of you guys, sorry. But it is that kind of iterative process of saying that we need to transform and change. This is the report. I encourage you to download this from the World Economic Forum. It's a great summary of what are some of the agents of change in the industry that are out there. And as we start to look forward, some of the things that are happening in professional services, and this is the one I said, don't make this an eye exam, but if you just look at the headers and the topics here that are on the top of each of these paragraphs of what they're going to dive into in the report, does anybody notice something? Take a look at it real quick. What do you see? There should be a pattern. All right, do I need to get you more coffee? What's going on up there? They're all verbs, guys. Transformation. When we start to look at empowerment, it requires us to do something and move into the space. You can't just have this be an academic exercise and white paper it, okay? You can't just dial it in or throw it over the fence. So it is a great paper if you have time to read it, because it starts to talk about, from a digital inflection point, what are we starting to see as far as harnessing more power and big data management that is informing how we're applying building science to solutions in real estate than I've ever seen before. And you know, some of what's on the screen here just shows you just a snapshot of what some of those are. But what's really critical here is there is an incredible amount of creatives out there that are leveraging these technologies to be able to harness data with the fusion of scientific empirical research that is now finally coming together with the creative engines of problem solving, and bringing that fusion together in a way that people can start to respond and relate to it, because that's been our challenge in the past, right? Is that we've been overwhelmed with data but not been able to relate to it. So I also look to industry signals, and I find this fascinating. When we start to challenge ourselves as an industry for transformation in response to some of these greatest challenges, take a look at what the industry is already doing. It's phenomenal to me that you've got Uber, which is the largest deployment of a taxi company that doesn't own one vehicle, right? Or Airbnb, for those of you that travel with Airbnb. You know, the largest holder of real estate not owning any assets in real estate to do so. So when we start to look at this, it's changing paradigms about how we think, right? And expanding opportunities as to solutions that might be available to us. You also see major disruption now, unprecedented disruption in the industry with regard to partners coming together. Not unlike all of you sitting here today. While you're not all aligned perhaps in your core businesses, you're aligned by a pursuit, not unlike what we're seeing with Amazon and Berkshire Hathaway with the issue of health insurance and how do they get better coverage and expanded coverage. So leaning in, so to speak, from each of their competencies to create a new solution set is very similar to what you all are coming together to do today. The modular age, right? It used to be when modulars were limited just to the housing solutions like we've seen here, and you had the mobile home or the double wide, right? You typically would see that as a less than proposition as far as its creative customization. Not anymore. What you're starting to see is building science and providers have really moved in, and what I've got on screen right here is they're now selling modular patient rooms. I just deployed 1,600 of these in Saudi Arabia because in Jeddah they don't have the skilled labor to build them, but they can buy them. They can buy them and they can assemble them. So it's transforming the way we're thinking about delivery in a manner that is starting to be pervasive in even commercial sectors of industry that formerly were untouched by modular construction. You see some major investments. Those of you that track modular know Katera and the bankroll that it's got behind us right now. Continuing to pull far more financing behind Katera is really going to, again, start to evolve. What I love is it's a major player that's thundering into the market and evolving the building sciences in response to it, which gives all of you and all of us far more at our deployment to be able to address some of these challenges because you've got research investment now that is really starting to take fuel beyond just the cottage industry that has been in place historically. So I'm going to offer you just quickly some 5 themes that I constantly go back and challenge my AEC partners on across different firms, different sizes, different geographies. But those 5 themes are pretty quick and we can boil them down, much like what Susan referenced with regard to Churchill and Einstein. I love what Darwin does here with this statement because it's not, we always think of this as it's the strongest that survive. No, it's the most responsive to change and that's where we are today. We are at that precipice of disruption. We are sitting here and we can either embrace it or we can be scared of it. I encourage us all to embrace it and be okay as we stumble forward to say that as we experiment, if you're truly going to innovate in this industry, you must be willing to fail. You must be willing to be the lone soldier out there at times when you don't have a large pack following behind you. We need to embrace new forces within the silo and breaking down the silos of thinking. And this is what I was talking about earlier, is the fusion of new partners coming together and not being so territorial. You know, I was, again, my background, engineering and architecture, very proprietary about my ideas and my solutions. I'll tell you what, I have learned more from my construction partners and trades, and that has made my solutions far superior. It's that true fusion of collaboration that takes building sciences to a new level of performance. We also then think about how those performance measures are enhanced by the big data behind them. You know, how many, show of hands, have something similar to an Alexa in your house that you're giving directions to, right? Some of my best therapy is with Alexa. I vent, she doesn't yell at me for swearing. But what I find fascinating is it's that neural network that is really being advanced with regard to taking a lot of different information. That's all Alexa does. Is she takes a lot of different inputs and she distills them, harnessing the brain power. Do you know that 3 years ago, these neural networks that have been developed now eclipse the brain capacity of a human being? So when we start to look at all the data ports that are coming in to inform us with regard to where should we find a solution, how should we find a solution, what should it be created of, you start to harness all this information at a global scale, and we're now starting to get real traction in an industry that formerly, again, as I said, was very much a cottage. Using that AI to inform some of our building assumptions, and this is a key here when you start to look at energy efficiency. Anybody venture to guess when you do a build on a project, as daunting as sometimes that first cost capital is that has to fuel that project, anybody venture to guess what percentage over the life of that project it represents? Anybody? Coffee? Candy? Do I need to get you some sugar? Yes? 3%, that's a little bit low. 10% actually over the life cycle. So you imagine some of the building that goes on out there and billions of dollars that are invested. And yet when we start to look at how these buildings operate, and that's where the AI comes in over time to be good stewards of environmental resources, energy commission and use and operation by inhabitants, you start to see that it is a fraction of what we do on that first cost build that really doesn't lever as much on the 90%. The 90% is where we have to start focusing and using, again, this intelligence to tell us about how our occupants are using the space. We see disruptions in this technology today that are starting to advance in the building sciences as well. If you haven't seen this yet, there's something called Go Fetch Code, untangling building codes with one button push, okay? That should scare the hell out of my partners, okay? That's an important feature because I'm sitting here as bearing testimony to you that what I have done and made my career on for 30 years is not going to be what I'm going to do with the next 20 years of my career. I can guarantee you of that because this kind of disruption is changing the way we work. Not just like in modular, we're changing where it gets built, but truly changing the type of work that's being done. When we start to look at this data that is expanding our definition of different building solutions, I wanted to share with you that while we're all familiar with parametrics, and I love the eco-build back here that I was watching with regard to the virtual parameters and understanding of how those buildings are being studied, I think what's really important is we have at our arsenal, and again, kind of back to Noah's point, is a lot of the artificial intelligence that fuels creativity. It doesn't replace it, fuels it. And so how are those all being fed into our building models for our solutions to perform at a new level that is unprecedented, that we have not seen yet before in this industry? I also love this one because this one theme probably is the one that gets me most excited, is we have redefined creating to actually fabricating in the build science. We're actually now at a precipice to be able to say that while we can imagine it and dream it, and we can model it in 3 dimensions, and we can study it, we can actually use that same technology to fabricate and to start getting to market much faster. So this is another acceleration strategy within the building sciences that says I can now start to, if I have a need identified, I'm taking 30 to 50% of the delivery time frame out of the traditional delivery by accelerating into a fabrication set of documents that before was not available. So I'm going to challenge us all for a minute. If we talk about all these challenges that we faced and how we're confronting those with regard to different methods, I think we have to pay strong attention, and this is where you've got some great allies in the industry right now, to what is happening in the delivery models for all of this. Because again, back to that earlier statement, if we do the same thing and expect a different outcome, don't be surprised when you're disappointed. So when we start to look at this, I'm starting to look at KPMG's study. Every year they come out with a great report, and these numbers, while they have changed slightly, have not moved significantly in the last 3 years. What you're going to see here is that you've got a fatigue factor in the industry of people that are investing capital in buildings because they've got huge variability within 10% of their budget. So imagine that for a minute. When you have, personal expenses. If somebody told you, well, Deb, this procedure might be this or it might be that, over under of 10%, how many of us would truly be comfortable with that? But yet we kind of rounded ourselves to the lowest common denominators in industry saying, oh yeah, that's our standard of care. That's not acceptable any longer. And as a result, if you go to the far right of the image, what you're seeing is more and more owners are coming to us saying, I'm not doing the stuff you do the way you do it anymore. I want an integrated project delivery. I want you to bring in your fabricators. I want you to bring in your contractor partners. And you guys fuse together to give me better predictability of outcomes as we move forward in these designs. When I go to my build partners, I said, hey guys, there's some room for improvement. I love this chart. Again, while you probably can't see the graphic on the right-hand side, what you're going to note is that in adoption of digital technologies, construction is just above agriculture and hunting. I'm like, okay, we got some room for improvement, clearly. We've got opportunities here. It's a slow rate of adoption, is what I'm pointing out. So you're going to have certain partners that are going to rise to the occasion, and they're starting to move because the building sciences are starting to advance. So all of this to say we are ready, we are at that precipice of go. As we look at different alternative delivery methods, you've got a lot of good leeway here. And while some of you may sit here and say, Deb, none of this is housing. No, but there are big players that are putting big capital in the market that are thundering into that market and setting terms and conditions of new performance, deploying modular and prefab solutions. What I love about this is it is raising the bar of all the service sector providers around you. So that's what's important, is you're not just here dealing with housing, but you're looking at an industry transformation across the board with some major players that are putting large capital into the marketplace. We see some of the other drivers that are out there right now. Resiliency, we've heard about this. If anybody has tracked the hurricane damage and the fire damage out west, amazing amount of housing has been displaced. That need is immediate. That need cannot stomach a build cycle that says, well, I'll get back to you in about 14 months. That's not okay, right? I need it 3 months, or I needed it yesterday. So how are we doing that? How are we going to respond to that? We're going to respond to it with a different solution set. We're not going to do the stick built. We're going to do something that can be deployed and dropped in and assembled very quickly. It's also addressing in the market the shortage of skilled labor. If you haven't noticed, most of our construction professionals that are out in the field, they're expiring and aging out of the field at the age of 57. We don't have the apprentices coming into the same pace and rhythm. So we're getting crunched right now with regard to skilled labor in the construction sector. So what I love about being able to take a modular or a prefabricated solution set, it allows our 57-year-old guys plus to stay active and be the mentors to the apprentice in a warehouse-controlled setting where we mitigate risk, where we have predictability and quality levels that are excelling beyond what we can do in the field. We talked a bit earlier about the 3D printing. I love the 3D printing technologies. What we're starting to see in Denmark right now, this is one that went up in concrete. What I love is the rate of change in the technology to be able to deploy 3D printing. We've now got 17 different providers out there that can do it in plastics, concrete, and steel. So again, the industry is moving up to meet you. It's coming slowly, but it's coming surely. And so that's another area I think that is a huge opportunity when we start to look at, again, the issue of shortages, the issue of access to some of these materials. So I will say all this and kind of wrap up quickly because Bob's looking at me and I know I got to make up some time. But I do want to share with you, I'm extremely excited and confident because we've been there, done that. I see all of these attributes here that I share with you on the screen are not a future promise. They're here today. And I say that because in my firm, we've done it. We're starting to look at, in the last 5 years, how do we get better standardization and flexibility with great design so that I don't have to trade. I don't have an either-or proposition that I have to do. We leverage our industry partners, our construction teams together to be able to seek higher outcomes and to be able to answer to the call of some of the greatest challenges that are confronting us in society today. So that's why I stand before you saying it is very possible, but it's teams like you that come together that start to put a greater inflection point on the ask. And that's what's really critical, is push your partners, push your design talent, push your construction partners to perform to a level that meets your expectations. What I love what Andrew was doing with Virginia Tech is he's stimulating this kind of curiosity within his students. You see it manifested in some of the solution sets in their thesis. And that's the part that I get very excited about because that's where the next generation is going to have to host and lead. They cannot follow any longer. They cannot wait for the industry to evolve. They're going to have to put some asks to the industry collectively. What we've done at Canon is, again, as I mentioned earlier, while not in the residential sector, is a true private sector, but truly looking at the higher education. We've done some work with regard to modularization, not nearly as sexy as what you've got in the back here, but this was more of a student housing. Looking at some high-density housing. I was sharing with Ryan this morning that we've had many universities come to us and say, I need 6,000 rooms and I need them in 2 years. How do I do that? You know, I can't do that in traditional methods. I'm out of lease space opportunities. I need to be able to find creative solutions that are efficient in their area that they capture, but very good stewardship with regard to financial investments because my student population needs a cost-effective solution for housing. We've done all this and taken about 35% of the delivery time frame out of the model of delivery. So traditional is shown at the top here, modular approaches, and this is what gets me excited is, you know, some people say, Deb, you're putting yourself out of a job. You know what, I'm okay. I'm okay with that because we're changing the value definition of what design, engineering, and construction is going to do in the future. It can't be predicated on the same model or the same delivery cycle, and what gets me excited is modular is collapsing that pretty radically with regard to how we're bringing kits and parts together, how we're maturing even our language. I have been a long-standing member of AIA, the American Institute of Architects. I'm not seeing them take the leadership that I'd like to see with regard to driving this industry change, so have now shifted my allegiances to the Design Build Institute of America to say, let's work together. Let's start to evolve these processes of delivery to change the nomenclature and change expectations of how fast and how collaborative we can be in the delivery model. I say this because it's a demand not only of the stewardship of the talent that is going to come to the delivery models, but also the efficiency, as I mentioned, with regard to our workforce shortages in the United States right now in the construction sectors. Anything that we can do to move that needle in a prefab solution that gains more productivity, recaptures, as this slide shows, almost 25% of that productivity in a day's work, is really going to help move this needle dramatically for us as far as getting these solutions to market much faster in an expedient way. So in summary, kind of looking through this, you're going to see that there's a number of obvious advantages and gains with regard to whether it's the delivery time frame that's meeting some of the great challenges, whether it's simply stewardship of material use, seeing 20% of the waste that we see on construction sites today. The kind of solutions that we're talking about here are pre-engineered to a finite science of manufacturing tolerances. So that gets me excited because I see so much of the product waste that could have been mitigated on construction sites and being able to address that in solutions that are being engineered as if they were intended to belong together as opposed to opportunistically land together on a site for a build. So I will leave you, I apologize, I ran through that rather quickly, but I'm going to leave you with, one, I'm humbled to be here. Two, we know our future is changing. I think my call to you and ask is don't be bashful about putting pressures on your AEC professionals to meet you in that challenge, to call them to action, because you've got some great precedent out there, and it's now just at the precipice of starting to move forward and starting to advance. So with that, I will wish you a great day, and I'm thrilled to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deb. Pitbull and pantyhose with lots of ideas, and that is really a great segue into the rest of the day, where you're going to hear a lot of ideas that will stretch your thinking. One of the, we've been calling this an unconference, and one of the features of that is there are no breaks, and we have, I think, tried to cram about 2 days of content into 7 hours. So I'm going to ask you to move quickly to our next venue. So we're going to be doing 2 sets of next talks coming up. They are located in rooms right above us. So if you go out that door and you go to your left, you'll see the escalator. Get to the top of the escalator and you'll see signs for those 2 rooms. So you're going to have to pick one of the flights of 3 speakers, and we haven't put those into themes because and that was intentional. We wanted to expose everybody to a range of ideas across all of the issues that affect our industry. And so we hope you'll find that exhilarating, not annoying. You're on your own for breaks, and please go upstairs, and I'll see you back here after that session for lunch, back in this room. Thanks.
How you doing?
Housing, Virginia. So welcome to this session. During this hour, you will hear from 3 innovators in housing on a wide range of topics. I'm going to explain our format a little bit here. Each speaker will focus on one idea, but there is no specific theme to the speakers in this session. This is intentional. We want to hear a range of ideas. All the next talks will be videotaped and posted to Housing Virginia's website within the next week, so you don't need to miss anything during this conference. We won't have time for a Q&A in this session, but in the afternoon, during the 2:10 and 3:30 breakout sessions, you will have an opportunity to meet the presenters and ask questions. You'll find them in the Indie Dwell shopping container home, in the Experience Lab, at high top tables where they will be meeting up with audience members and having follow-up discussions. So I'm going to introduce each speaker as they come forward. They each have 18 minutes to do their presentation. The first speaker is Ted Benson. Ted is the author of Building Pioneer and the founder and CEO of Benson Wood and Unity Homes based in New Hampshire. So welcome, Ted.
Thank you. So I'm the founder and owner of 3 related building companies. But I'm going to talk about bikes because it's more interesting, more fun to me. So this is my bike. It's pretty special to me, and in fact, I think because there are so many bike components out there in the world, I think this bike is unique in the world. I don't think there's another one like it. I have my own taste. I picked every one of them. I installed every one of them. So I'm pretty proud of that bike, and you won't find another. It actually came to me like this. It was, the frame was built by an English frame builder who's kind of renowned, and I was kind of lucky to get him to build it for me. But from there, because there is so much standardized on a bike, those actually 5 points, everything else is a standard component, manufactured by hundreds of thousands of small shops, large shops, big manufacturers all over the world. So the bike industry is completely integrated, completely standardized, and it's based on just a few standard connections. And because of it, there's maximum ability to optimize, customize, and personalize, which is exactly what I did on my bike. And the components themselves have subcomponents that are also standardized. And right down to the heads of the screws and bolts, also those heads are standardized. So when I take off on a bike, that's my bike tool. I can fix anything on the bike with one little folding tool. So does all this standardization affect diversity? It does not. It increases it. There's a bike for everything. You've got street bikes, road bikes, race bikes, mountain bikes, fat bikes, city bikes, country bikes, tandem bikes. There's a bike for everything. You can get exactly what you want. There are just a few standard size wheels. Does that affect diversity and choice? No, it increases it. There's a wheel for everything. Mountain bikes, road bikes, fat bikes. I've got a fat bike with 5-inch tires. I've got a road bike with 1-inch tires. And here are tires. There's a tire for everything. Anything you want is possible because the industry is so integrated and so standardized. There's a few connections here that are standardized, the stem to the handlebars. And from there, any handlebar you want. You can even get one handmade for you. Same with a fork. The headset is standardized. The forks offer incredible diversity. Road bikes, touring bikes, mountain bikes, whatever you want. There's a seat for every butt. And that's because of the standardization between the seat post and the saddle. Believe me, you can get comfortable on a bike. You're determined to do it. I have special pedals. There are so many pedals out there that mine aren't shown here. But that comes from standardization of the connection from the crank to the pedal. That standardization means there's diversity. And as a result of all this standardization, what has happened to the industry? You can get anything you want and anything you want at any price point, and it's usually really well made. You can get a frame for $46, but there's one for $4.7 thousand. I think it has a few more features and it's probably a little bit lighter. And the wheels. Anything you want at any price point. Here's 26 or 1.9. $1,000 for a wheel. The crank, $24 or $424. $424 is a little better, but that $24 crank will work forever. A saddle, $20 or $600. It's an amazing industry. And as a result, at the end of the day, you can get a bike for $80 or $14,700 or $14,500. So it's an incredible industry connected by component makers all over the world because about 5 things are standardized. Here's a house. There's nothing in that photo is standardized across the industry. Not even the windows. The windows are standardized by the manufacturer, and it's likely that in that railing system, there's some standardization by the manufacturer. But there's nothing in that photo that is normalized across the industry. It's an incredible problem. And it means that everything here is basically bespoke. It's like someone building a bike for you in your yard. Incredibly inefficient, and it's affecting quality, diversity, cost choice. We suffer only for the lack of standard. The big production builders solve the problem this way. They make a standard and repeat it again and again and again. And therefore, they can lower the cost, improve the quality of the production and the quality of the product. But the consumer gets like no choice. Maybe the countertop and the paint colors, but that's about it. And that's unfortunate. This is our factory. We're in southern New Hampshire. It's one of the most advanced factories in North America. Completely digitally connected from design to fabrication, CNC production, cutting and shaping, assembling, the finest equipment in the world. We're really good at what we do. But we suffer for the lack of standards that are in the industry. And typically when we get a project from the field, we have to adapt our systems and our products to that design. We do it all the time. There's no particular problem with it, except cost is a little higher because we have to do all that engineering work, and we have to transfer architectural designs to actual designs. So here's the solution. It's in that book, The Power of Modularity. A few basic rules like the computer industry has in modularity, or the appliance industry, and as was suggested by the McKinsey report that Deb talked about, and you can change everything. Nearly every industry operates this way. Ironically, in homes, there are actually some things that are standardized, like interior doors. Therefore, there's an incredible choice in interior doors. And you can get an interior door for $91 or $2,500. That's because of a few standard sizes. The kitchen cabinet industry is completely like the bike industry. So here's a sub-industry within the building of houses that is really well integrated. There's a lot of companies that don't even make anything. They just assemble from components that they get from elsewhere. And as a result, the appliance industry is standardized. So that dishwasher and that range and that refrigerator fit in slots that are defined by the kitchen industry. And even hardware, down to the poles. And again, you get this incredible choice, $5 or $100 for a handle. And the lighting industry, because the receptacles are standard. has incredible choice, incredible options. $24, $1,800. Faucets and sinks in the bathroom industry, completely integrated. And you have really good choice and really good products at quite a price range. So we're proposing something that our company has been doing for 25 years. A modular coordinated operating system, as McKinsey suggested, with a macro grid and a micro grid. It's pretty simple, 2 feet and 3 inches. And from there, everything can be standardized. We've been doing it for 25 years, so we have a huge library of components that are the outgrowth of that. A little bit of standardization, and everything becomes a product. Bathrooms, kitchens, closets, wall panels, roof panels, floor panels. And so we can customize every product because they're made from standard components. So that's a bike. So at the heart of it, that's a bike. With wall panels, floor panels, stair systems, deck structures, screen porches, roof panels, all standardized, all coming out of a library, all with an existing file. Everything to make it possible for quality to go up and cost to come down. We're working with a multifamily company in the Boston area, and they put together their little library of wall panels that they're now trying to use on all of their projects. We launched Unity Homes on the basis of these standards. So here's our barn platform, totally customized for a Clyde. Here's a trad, a different model. Think of these like Lego kits. We simply distilled this huge library of standard components so we had predictable outcomes. We call this the montage method because you assemble the design, you assemble the components, and you assemble the building in exactly the same building components. Here's another one, and I had to show this. That's a home we built in Dartmouth, at the Dartmouth campus in New Hampshire. 100% out of standard components, with the bike leaning up against the fence, 100% out of standard components. And the building on the right is one we did on national TV with This Old House in 2009, and that's 100% out of standard components. So anything is possible with just a little bit of standardization, and it's where the industry needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Our next speaker is Celia Smoot, who most recently served as the Senior Program Officer for LISC's Preservation and Housing Team. Celia is an attorney with real estate finance background, and she has devoted her career to affordable housing and community development work. Welcome, Celia.
So we're going to start off with this whole conversation about the need for affordable housing. What I realize is kind of like fishing in a barrel, because everyone in here probably already agrees with that. So one of the things that my topic is to talk about, can state and local government innovate for affordable housing? And more I thought about it, the topic really should be state and local government needs to innovate for affordable housing.
Yes.
It's pretty clear that, pretty clear that they can do it. So, how do we get there? And how do we get to the point where state and local government really needs to take the leadership role in solving our affordable housing issues? Well, as we talk about the history of funding for affordable housing, do we think that past is prologue? It's not, right? So the history of affordable housing financing was that there was 25 years the federal government providing $60 billion to affordable housing. This was direct capital dollars to build a lot of this kind of preservation projects that we're focusing on today. The Local Housing Tax Credit Program started in 1987, made investments, created 2.3 million units of affordable housing. That's great. That's when a lot of support and resources coming from the federal government for affordable housing. However, this is where we're going now. We're seeing how resources are slowly going away. Now, we think about budgets. We think about HUD's budget in particular. The latest president's budget for the agency shows about a $9 billion decrease in funding, right? So a lot of the historic programs that we looked at in terms of funding affordable housing, new construction and preservation, eliminated. CDBG eliminated. Home eliminated. Public Housing Capital Fund eliminated. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is, I don't know how to do this. This is what happens when okay. The good news is that that budget's probably dead on arrival, right? We know that state and Senate, during Secretary's testimony to Congress, pretty much said that this budget's dead on arrival. For the last 2 years, there's been a push to eliminate those programs, and in all those times, those programs have been funded. However, if you look over the years of those programs, there's been definitely a dip and definitely a decrease in funding overall. Now, one of the responses the Secretary gave was why did you eliminate these programs in your budget? And the response was because those programs were funding things that states and local government should really focus on. Now, when I heard that, I kind of turned into the real-life version of that GIF of the woman kind of staring into space, really confused with all the math equations floating around her head. Because if you take away all the funding, how are the state and local governments going to do those programs? Anyway, I went and got myself some Oreo cookies and but what has been clear is that when we think about our partnerships with our state and local municipal partners and the leadership that's necessary there, it is very, very clear that ways that we innovate have to have this perfect, magical recipe of leadership, good policy, and resources. So we talk a lot about where is the cost burden? Where do we focus our energies around affordable housing? We typically look at between the renter market and basically entry-level, moderate income families looking at for home ownership. Those where our two focuses are. And those are the areas that we have to innovate, right? So not only do we have to think about where do we bring the capital dollars in order to focus on creating and preserving affordable housing, right? So the actual build money, we have to think about where that subsidy money comes from in order to create the subsidy needed for families to not be so incredibly cost burdened. You know, there are 8 million families who are, this is HUD's own study, 8 million families who are severely cost burdened. That means 50% of their take home goes to paying, keeping a roof over their head, or they live in very distressed housing conditions. So we think about where are the type of municipalities that are thinking about ways to get at very specific solutions and what they need to innovate their policies and their resources in order to address a very specific affordable housing problem. I'm going to start with a city in the Midwest. As we all know, a lot of the Midwest housing topography, which in some ways is very reflective of the South as well, is that there's a lot of investment have been made over years in the single-family housing industry, right? So we have a lot of like single-family residential neighborhoods. We saw in the downturn, huge increase, and I'm sorry, I'm a Southerner, so I'm a close talker, because all you folks in the front are gonna constantly have to walk up towards you. We saw a huge influx of, or increases in foreclosures. And that foreclosure led to vacancy, it led to blight into residential neighborhoods. But what it also resulted in was the lack of housing for low-income and moderate families to actually achieve home ownership. So now we have a credit crisis, we have a credit crunch, and we have a lack of inventory. So how do we solve that problem? How a local government looks at that issue and solves the problem? There had to be, again, leadership. There was incredible leadership out of the city manager's office, incredible leadership out of the Housing Community Development Department. There had to be good policy, right? So how do we look at ways that we are addressing foreclosures in the city, ways that we are creating the inventory, and ways that we are alleviating that inventory, or basically doing single-family reclamation of that inventory. Third, resources, right? It doesn't magically happen without money, right? So let's be clear, resources generally about money. So you have a city that had limited resources of your typical type of ecosystem and how we address, in this particular case, single-family housing, right? You look at home and CDBG, and again, those dollars were shrinking. There was definitely political will to address the issue, but those resources, as you can imagine, were already dedicated to certain programs that the city was invested in and needed to continue to fund. So we had to find new money. So where were we going to find that? We needed to find new dollars. And it literally came down to, well, we have this, but we can't use that. We have this, we can't use that. And eventually, sitting in the meeting, like, well, what do you got? Like, where can we find the resources? And we realized it became a question of how do we innovate what we actually have. So they actually literally looked through the city's finances. And I suspect after this exercise that every city probably has this, years and years of programming and things that folks in the finance world would know called escrows and deposits and all different types of dollars kind of sitting at a city's books that for programs they hadn't run in like 10 years. So we realized after we were going through this exercise, we accumulated roughly about $5 million of city resources that were just completely not being utilized. So there is a way to innovate those dollars, a way to kind of create a better utilization of those dollars. And that became the catalyst and the credit enhancement to attract $10 million of local bank capital. Local bank capital that then created a $15 million fund that will then be invested into creating not only acquisition dollars, but construction dollars for low and moderate families in order to basically acquire a vacant property, so that we're addressing that inventory issue, vacant properties that were sitting in the land bank, and to work with local contractors to rehab those buildings and provide the long-term permanent financing that those homeowners need. So we also try to address the credit issue with that one innovation. Other markets, affordable housing. How do we look at our ability to create mobility and diversity in our neighborhoods? Mobility and diversity among the people living together. I think that we all in the industries focus a lot on what do we need to do to address affordability. Although we tend to kind of focus it in a bit of a vertical sense. You know, we think about families at 30% AMI below, families at 50% AMI below, families at 60% AMI below. However, affordability is an issue that's more of a horizon. And I think that we as an industry have to talk about affordability in a much more inclusive way, and one in which there are no winners and there are no losers. So economic mobility is incredibly important. Economic diversity becomes incredibly important if we're trying to address a very holistic and comprehensive approach of how we address affordable housing. Which means when you have a market like Charlotte that is growing dramatically, that has a very, very clear need for affordable housing, but also to address economic mobility, you have to think about how you are building that housing opportunity in a way that is inclusive. So, mixed income transactions, mixed income developments that allows for a horizon of AMI families living together. Now, that means that our typical ecosystem, our typical financial ecosystem for affordable housing is not built to allow that in a very perfect sense. There are some different ways that we're looking at it. Income averaging and low-income housing tax credits, the idea of trying to do 80-20 transactions where 80% is market and 20% is affordable. We are moving there, but we're not quite there, which means that we had to not only think about as working with the city trying to figure out what is a tool, right, and what is the right policy that is going to allow more economic mobility and the resources in order to address that. So one, we had to figure out a resource that's going to be outside of our typical ecosystem. So no longer has the tax credits, right? So allow that resource to continue funding other projects, but in this particular case and for this particular outcomes, let's not cannibalize that resource. Secondly, how do we get different type of funding partners at the table? We know that we typically are working with financial institutions. We're typically working with other types of kind of financial partners, like life companies, other type of financial institutions that have a need for investment. But the one important thing that we learned here, and one important thing we learned working with the city and their leadership, was that neighbors want to help neighbors. So how do you bring in what we call your high net worth individual, and not just because of the idea there's opportunities of investment. It's not the manna from heaven as we all think of it. It is a tool, but it's not the tool that's going to change people's commitment to their partners, to their neighbors. So in this particular case, it's the idea of bringing in unconventional financing partners, the city looking at their ability to have their constituency all kind of back a particular type of resource. In this particular case, the city was able to get passage of a $50 million bond that was going to allow them to make investments in affordable housing. And how did we look at other partners? The local foundation. The local foundation has made an incredible amount of strides in the city in addressing a plethora of different issues, but had never really looked at their partnership in that particular way, taking a policy and taking a resource leadership. So bringing all of those partners together, coming up with a resource that would make investments into developments with partners on the ground to create very mixed income housing in areas of opportunity throughout the city of Charlotte. That would not have happened, it would not have started without that first commitment from the city to make their commitment to their resources, and not only make their commitment to their resource, but doing it outside of your typical kind of funding ecosystem around affordable housing. And my final example is Live Denver. That is a local-based rental subsidy program that's funded with the city's leadership, the Housing Authority, the Denver Housing Authority, as well as corporate partners. What does this do? What was the issue that was trying to be solved? Remember, we talked again about affordable housing being a horizon issue in which we know there are some resources for certain segments of our communities, and there are no resources available that for people who are in need in our communities. Particularly where that issue is most acute is in the rental subsidy area, right? So you have a growing city. They have a particular cottage industry, as you can imagine, that's attracting a lot of people, and there's a lot of income there, and not really a place for it to go. They have legal weed. And so you have an increased housing affordability crisis. And yet you have a huge influx of very high income housing that was being built in the city, because builders were thinking, I'm going to project this and there's going to be all this income that's going to come in, but it didn't quite work out that way. So you have this level of vacancy in the center city of Denver with high-end market rate projects, and yet you have a whole bunch of people whose income didn't match or make those units affordable for them. So what the city does, the city takes a chunk of capital and they say, we are going to use this to seed a local-based subsidy program. We're going to figure out a way that we're going to house individuals. We're going to address this vacancy issue in the high market product. And how can we do that with our partnerships? So this is another way, again, single family, multifamily production, rental subsidy. These are all issues that have to be solved, and those issues have to be solved by state and local government. State and local government needs to be a leadership in that role. And there's definitely ways to look at this differently and look at the work that we're all doing differently and innovate and figure out ways that we all as partners are comprehensively addressing this. Again, you cannot do it all alone. You know, city and state government need all of you to partner with them in order to achieve those.
Thank you, Celia. Our final speaker is Brian Gaudio. Brian is co-founder and CEO of Module, a Pittsburgh-based design and technology company. In 2016, Brian co-directed with Informal Cities a feature-length documentary about the global housing crisis. So, welcome, Brian.
Okay, can everyone hear me in the back? Yes. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Brian. I'm here from Pittsburgh, and I'm the CEO of a company called Module. So at Module, our vision is to fundamentally change how we design and build homes here in the United States. I was trained as an architect, went to architecture school, and in school they tell you about how important good design is and the health of the occupant. And then you get out in the real world and you realize that sometimes what gets built is actually not necessarily serving the health and the well-being of the person who's living in that space, but it could be serving the bottom line on the pro forma of the developer that built that. And so really why we started Module was to change that conversation, essentially. So when I think about the problem we're faced with housing, it's the fact, and Ted alluded to it earlier, about the lack of innovation that's happened in our industry and some of the constraints that provides for our industry. So on the left is the last big disruptive innovation in single-family housing, and it happened in 1947. Suburban subdivision, Levittown, New York. This changed the way Americans live, and that solution may have been appropriate in the 1940s, but we're living in the almost the 2020s, and that's a problem. A couple of things have changed in our industry since then. The demographics have shifted. So number one household in the U.S. is a single person living alone. Number two household is two adults living together. And so this solution was really built around a nuclear family, mom, dad, and 3 kids. And so the demographics have shifted. The labor shortage, which our speaker earlier alluded to in the opening plenary about the labor shortage a lot of construction companies are facing. And then finally, the way we buy things, right? Back in the 1950s, you may call up a realtor to figure out where you want to go buy a house, and now you log on to Zillow as your first step. So these things are changing, but we're still building homes the same way, and that's a problem. So our solution at Module is to give home buyers the right amount of space at the right time. Buy a well-sized, well-designed starter home that can be added onto and change as a customer's needs change. So if you think about a starter home as a young family, young couple, maybe not even a family yet, you may have yourself, a partner, and a dog, but kids are on the way, and so you need more space. So that could be a reason to add on. It could be that you have an aging grandparent or parent, and they need to move into the house. So really, your family structure may change at that point, and you may need more space. Or even the idea with many entry-level buyers are renting out part of their home. So how could you add a unit that you could rent out on Airbnb or even as a rental income into your house as you're growing into your home? So really think about the home more as a dynamic object than a static one. And so at Module, we're taking a home like this, a simple 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom home, and over time, how can you turn that into a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home? So how do you grow into your home as opposed to move up and move out? Our goal is to be a leading sustainable housing brand over the next 10 years. And how do we do that? We're starting in Pittsburgh, and I'll give you guys a little bit of insight into what we're doing specifically to try to have this large problem solution for that problem. So at Module, we are essentially a 21st century home builder. We are leveraging a digital platform, so a digital experience to purchase that home. We are leveraging the top of the line prefab construction partners in the industry. We actually worked with Ted, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then finally, we have an expandable building system. So we have patents pending on a roof and wall system to allow us to add stories onto our homes as you're living in them. So for the customer, we're trying to simplify the process. And essentially what we do as a company is we help a customer find land through our website. So we'll help them find land, work through their financing and budgeting. And then we will also do the design and permitting in-house. So our background, sort of our team of initial co-founders has a design background. So that's one of our core competencies. And then what we don't do in-house and we work with third parties on are the actual manufacturing. So the off-site construction manufacturer, and then the actual general contractor as well. So really we are almost a customer-facing home builder that's trying to redesign the process of buying a house and thinking about a responsible way that actually matters for the person who's going to live in that house. So this is an example of our starter homes. These are all on our website. So you'll notice one thing in particular, they're smaller than the average home that's probably being sold in the United States today. And we did that because of the demographics I spoke about earlier, where we have millennials entering the age of home ownership, burdened by student loan debt, may not have families yet, and you also have a lot of baby boomers who are empty nesters looking to downsize. They don't need 5 or 6 bedrooms, those two buyer profiles, so that's why we created these set essentially of starter homes. So it's 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, and then we actually have a stacked duplex where you can have a rentable unit on the ground floor. You'll notice that these are skinnier, and that's because we're working on the urban infill. We're working in Pittsburgh, so we really designed these starter homes based on that. Our homes, in terms of the performance, do we have any building performance nuts in the room? Okay, a couple. So we're designing to the Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready program, and so it's a DOE program that uses 2018 Energy Code, low flow fixtures, and then we have EPA, our homes are certified for EPA Indoor Air Quality, and EPA Indoor Air Plus. So we're using essentially more insulation and fixtures that can help your home eventually become net zero if you were to add solar panels onto it. There's actually conduit that we run on the side of our house that in the future if you want to add solar panels, you can. We do leverage precision off-site construction, which I'll talk about later, and then we have sort of a good, better, best finish. So how we're finding customers and how we're taking them through the process is through this digital platform that we're building out today. So I'll show you guys today something that we're working on. So it's not fully in production yet, but this is sort of the user experience when we think about customers going to buy a modular house, what they will go through. So these are sort of a series of screens where we're helping them solve different problems. How do they find land? How do they figure out what the right sized home is? And then how do they purchase additions and upgrades as they're living in the house? So this video gives you a sense of when a customer will come to our website, we'll first learn a little bit about who they are. What are their current, where are they living today? Are they living in an apartment or a house? Where would they like to live in the city of Pittsburgh? Where are they in their search timeline? And then what are their needs as of today, as of 2019? And then finally budget. So we take that information and we say, here are the potential locations, here are the vacant lots in Pittsburgh that you could purchase. And you can reserve those. And then after finding that particular lot, they could look at essentially different starter homes that could fit on that lot. So, the average Pittsburgh infill lot is about 25 feet by 50 to 100 feet. And so a lot of our designs are specifically for that size. So they can play around with different ideas, different additions, and just kind of think about what their home could be today and how that could be different in the future. And then they can go through this reservation process and that gets them started. So that's kind of a window into what we're building on this digital platform. And then, as I mentioned, we also are leveraging off-site construction. So, are people in the room familiar with off-site construction? Raise your hand. Okay. Has anyone worked on a project with off-site construction? Okay, great. So we work with two types of manufacturers, both panelized and modular manufacturers. So on the panelization side, Ted's company, Benson Wood Tectonics, they're building a closed panel, so it has insulation, sheathing, windows and doors installed in the factory, and then it's shipped to the site. So those are sort of two-dimensional, and they're shipped on a truck and craned into place. And then we also work with modular manufacturers as well, and those are actually three-dimensional boxes. So you can see very similar to the Indie Dwell, except it's not with shipping containers. We use wood frame construction. So traditional construction methods, traditional construction materials just built in a factory setting. What's the difference? What are some of the benefits and drawbacks of each? On the panelized side, you're going to complete 30 to 40%, is what we think you can get to in the factory. On the modular side, you can get 60 to 80. So that's one of the next projects we're working on. But that's all I have for you today.
We've heard some really exciting, creative, new ideas, so let's give another round of applause for all of us. Okay, it's lunchtime. Downstairs.
5 days of making a new skull, so we'll actually, one of the things we're doing is we are videotaping all of the next talks. You only, unless you can be in two places at the same time, you can only see half of them. So we're videotaping them all. We'll put all that up on the Housing Virginia website after the conference, and we'll put the plenary presentations up as well, and we'll put Noah's video up there so you can look at that. Just a couple of logistics. The next session will start right at 1 o'clock, so we've got a nice break here. We have 40 more minutes, and then be upstairs at 1 o'clock, and we'll try to stay on schedule because we definitely do want to get you out of here by the time we promised at 5 o'clock. One of the sessions we're doing this afternoon is this 20 by 20. Kit mentioned it at the beginning. And we didn't, in the materials, we didn't actually list who those presenters were, but you'll see them up on the screen right now. So we have seven people, yours truly, one of them, a little self-promotion, but some really interesting topics and a very interesting format. Some of you may have experienced this before. 20 seconds per slide, 20 slides, so you're done in 6.5 minutes. You've got to be able to tell your story quickly. So that is a session that's at 3:30. The other thing you notice from the presentations, the next talks, is that there was not time for Q&A with presenters, but we are making that opportunity available in a much smaller group, more intimate setting. So after the 1 o'clock next talk sessions, in the space right behind me here where you see those high top tables, the presenters who were in the first set of next talks before lunch, they'll be here. And then the hour after that, the presenters from that second flight of next talkers will be at these tables back here with signs, and encourage you, if you want to follow up with any of them individually, that will be a great opportunity to do that. The one exception to that rule is Wayne Marsh, who's speaking in the second group right after lunch. He's got to catch a flight out of here, so he'll be in the first group. So if you want to talk to Dwayne, come down here right after he finishes his session. One more thing. If you want to come to the reception and you didn't buy a ticket that included that, you can still do that. Just go out to the registration desk and they'll fix you up. 5 o'clock, we're doing a reception over at the Hippodrome, which is a couple blocks away. Very cool venue. I hope everybody can join us there. So, Dominion Energy has been a long-term partner with Housing Virginia. They've been supporting our work, a lot of really interesting work, research work that we've done with our partners at the Center for Housing Research at Virginia Tech. That stretches back 10 years, as long as I've been working with Housing Virginia. And this event is no exception. They are one of our sponsors for Housing Acts. I'd like to introduce Dan Wheatley. He's the Vice President for Innovation, Policy, and Development, to say a few words about what Dominion Energy is doing to support innovation in your work. Dan?
Well, thank you, Bob, and thanks so much for the opportunity to be here. And I want to welcome everyone on behalf of Dominion and our 22,000 employees across 19 states. Thanks so much for coming to Richmond today. I know most of you are from Virginia, but appreciate you coming and bringing the good weather with you. Although I got to tell you, it's a beautiful day outside. We are an energy company, so we like extreme weather, extremely hot or extremely cold. So I'm not sure today fits into that category, but seriously, thanks. And I also want to thank you for the work that you do. And when I say the work that you do is, yes, Dominion, like other energy companies across the country, we are a public service company. Our role is to serve the public. But gaining that information about what the public wants comes from folks like you. You are some of our best sources of information. And customers' desires are changing quickly. I've been doing this more than 20 years. And the energy industry, is going through rapid change like many of us thought would never happen. And let me give you an example. So for years and years, customers, and we have more than 6 million customers across the states. Customers, primarily on the electricity side, wanted 2 things. They wanted reliable energy, and they wanted low-cost energy. Okay, that is still 2 of the dominant things that they want. But they also want information. And information about what's going on in the industry, and more importantly, what's going on at their individual homes. And let me give you the best example I can give you. So if you think about Dominion service territory, almost 2/3 of the state of Virginia, a corner of North Carolina, and about 1/3 of the state of South Carolina. Hurricanes comes routinely. Would you be surprised to know that we get better customer satisfaction numbers from customers who lost service from a hurricane? We get better numbers from customers when we can tell them exactly when their power is going to be restored than those customers who never had any service interruption at all. Think about that. It's more important for them to know exactly when the lights are going to come back on versus those who didn't have any service interrupted at all. And the reason I bring that out is Dominion is a company just like the other utilities. We're a company that thinks in decades. When we build facilities, we think of long-term. Power stations, transmission lines, distribution lines. We think about long-term. But yet at the same time, customers want immediate knowledge. I sat through a couple of breakout sessions this morning. I was very intrigued by the gentleman from Pittsburgh who talked about, his company was called Modular. It's basically a company that's, I don't want to paraphrase how he described it, but it's a company that builds residential homes that's pre-planned for easy expansion. Makes perfect sense. The question will be is, how do you build the infrastructure into those homes that's easily expandable as well? Whether it's 100 amp service, 200 amp service, or 300 or 400 amp service. All those things have got to be factored in so that gentleman can run his business and serve his clients so that it's very easily expandable. But at the same time, we are going through what I'll call a growth on the electrification side that a few years ago nobody would have thought was possible, and that's in transportation. When you look at the number of vehicles out there, whether it's mass transit, whether it's school buses, whether it is commercial vehicles, how they are growing. One of the things I ask that you Google when you leave here today, most of you will already know this, would you be surprised to know of the car manufacturers around the world, if they follow through with their plans as they've laid out today, there will be more than 400 cars out there that will be electrically powered in the next 5 years. 400 separate models that you can buy. So for a long time, people said there's just not enough models out there. The Leaf, the Volt, Prius, whatever it was, not enough models. 400 separate models. There was a story last week about United States Postal Service. is now going to autonomous electric tractor trailers. They gave a contract to a company in San Diego that's going to run a truck from Phoenix to Dallas, 1,000 miles in autonomous mode. Okay? Electric truck, tractor trailer. So it's changing really, really rapidly. And so, as Bob indicated, my job at Dominion is innovation. And it's innovation, not so much talking about it. The most important word in that is doing it. We have got to quit talking about it because that's what the public wants. How do we get it out there, make it reliable, make it low cost, but how do we move forward? So I'm so pleased when I saw your agenda in the breakout sessions, people talking about innovation, and I'll just leave it with you this way. This is how I look at it. Innovation is not a department, it's not an outcome, it's a product, it's a culture. Very few people go to work today saying, I'm going to come up with something new, okay? They may have noticed a barrier or something they see as a challenge or something that the public wants. But it's somebody, like people exactly in this room, who understand the problem and think of a way to get around it. It's not so much important what you finally come up with, it's the process. Innovation is a culture. So I ask that you can think about that when you deal with all your constituents and your customers out there. I can't tell you how much we appreciate you coming to Richmond today. Bob, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you.
Okay, talk among yourselves. Bill, I'll give you a 5-minute warning before the next session starts, and please go back and look at some of the exhibits we have back here, including shipping container home, if you haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
Yeah, I was thinking
discounted rents for teachers in the neighborhood. Like, what else can you do? You know, this is a guy, a single practitioner, a private market guy, not a big production for a number of units, and we're able to work through those issues in a way that we never could before. In our practice at UDA, we always look for this idea about the sort of middle ground or middle scale. We talk about the missing middle now, how little there is of that. But it really comes into play when you're making neighborhoods. And it's one of those things where innovation almost always happens by the process. This is in Johns Hopkins, where we were doing work. This was a combination of a public housing redevelopment and the biotech expansion for Hopkins. Hopkins and the surrounding neighborhoods, any of you from Baltimore, you know the deal. It was really war zone there. And we used the process for this to create a treaty between the adjoining neighborhoods and the institution. So the institution is now part and parcel of building housing and building neighborhoods with every building they build in this side of East Baltimore. The schools were brought in, so it becomes a big kind of neighborhood production to build a new neighborhood. One that feels like it's always been part of Baltimore, and again is that kind of middle scale. Same thing in Detroit, completely blown out city, as you know, in many parts of it. And this idea of bringing back smaller scale neighborhoods that are connected to public open space along the river in a very different way creates like a whole new billboard for bringing people back into the city. And it goes on. Charlotte First Ward, a quarter of the uptown completely gone when we started. It was a field, more or less, and one housing project. And as we thought about it, it wasn't about just rebuilding the project. It was about how do we build a new urban precinct that's a quarter of the scale of Charlotte. And we got a lot of heat for this. You see the towers in the background on the lower right-hand side. Coming out of the box, the city wanted to go super high density here and giant buildings. We probably at that time wouldn't have gone up so tall, but we would have been really big. Instead, we pushed and we had a lot of support for just being very diverse and being much more about Charlotte neighborhoods coming into the downtown, gradually getting taller towards Tryon and Trade. So it makes a huge difference in the way that city feels. If we take my own city in Pittsburgh, where I've been living for 30-some years, and we look at what its roots were, this is a city, as you all know, went completely off the sliding board into the water, such as it was. This was Pittsburgh in 1938. It was a big mill, is what it was. Nobody lived downtown. The Fortune 500 companies were all transacting downtown. And every neighborhood in Pittsburgh, we forget about this, all up and down the river valleys, they were all mill towns. So when all of this went away, these were not the sort of highest and most desirable sought-after properties in the region. These were tough places, and essentially been left behind. But talk about a culture of innovation. They were all makers. They were all making all kinds of stuff all the time. So you have all these people that tinker. And also, early on, there's the sense that we could do anything. And the very first part of the innovation here was cleaning up the water and cleaning up the air. And so they made the leadership here at that time, 1950, began to take the city, the downtown apart, and put it back together again. This is where the former mill was, along the river. So it's been a really interesting transition. It's been there sort of the 30 years since I've been there. I saw the mills up, saw them come down, watched everybody get really depressed for a long time, and then watched the downtown come back. It really didn't come back without the incredible tenacity of the cultural trust, believe it or not. The folks who run the theaters in downtown, they decided that downtown had to be a destination. So they ended up programming about half of downtown and starting to buy long-term leases in buildings and repurpose them, getting restaurants on the ground floor, housing above. So this is like a completely different place in downtown now. All of the conversion of a lot of these old corporate office buildings have become housing. I walked by 2 charter schools, an arts magnet school. There's another charter high school in what was once just all office buildings on Penn Avenue in downtown. But the real action is happening outside in the old warehouse districts, just like here with Scott's Addition and other places, Manchester. You see this transformation. But if golden triangle that we looked at is the yellow there. The red were all the rail yards running along the Allegheny River and little neighborhoods. This is where it's like completely hot in Pittsburgh. And it's not like it's great stuff. It's not something that we would recommend the city go after. It's completely, to us, completely counterintuitive. So you look at it, you can see the flats along the river, and then you look up the hill. So Pittsburgh is a big hill in the middle of those rivers, and then it flattens out a little bit as you get to it. But it was all blue-collar, mill worker housing, jam-packed together, and you could be next door from somebody who's making, diesel engines, literally. And so you get streetscapes that look rough, and they're kind of not the homiest sort of places, but this is where all the new stuff is crawling back into the city of Pittsburgh. The sort of high-tech industry that's there, been incubating. People would prefer living here than in great Pittsburgh neighborhoods, where it's a little more classic, and you just couldn't see it coming. It's all mashed up, it's exciting, it's repurposing old buildings, there's new stuff going on, but we know, all of us in this room know, once you go to new construction for things get really expensive. So how do people participate? How does this really affect us? So what we see in Lawrenceville is sort of an extension of a retail street. It actually goes for about 40 blocks through the city. It's almost all filled up again. It's taken about 8-9 years, but it's remarkable. And then this is the new downtown. This is where people, if somebody comes to visit me, here's where we're going. We'll start at the river, but we're going to end up here because it's where everything is happening. And so great stuff is happening in here. You get the little brick building on the end, looks like an old building that was built about 3 years ago. So we're starting to get new incremental development by individuals. And it's a really broad and diverse range of folks. They thought they were happy with the first one, they did a second one. These are tiny lots. You never see this stuff. Apartments up, little local shops below. There's no national retailers here at all. These are young, new businesses climbing back into the city. And then we get, again, a full range of new apartments and new housing tucked into a main street, which is just incredible. This place is thriving, and it's everybody. It's not like just a few. It's all folks from all walks of life. So this has become an amazing story to me about the local nature of, really resuscitating place.
What's the name of the?
Lawrenceville.
Lawrenceville?
Yeah.
And the key street?
The key street is Butler Street, right here. There are maybe about 3 or 4, Smallman, Butler, Penn, Liberty. And, we're at one end. You can see in that photograph, there may be 6 new little infill buildings there. Not one out of region developer. These are all small developers. This is sort of shepherded by the Lawrenceville Corporation. But in neighborhoods in Pittsburgh hate to be planned, so the city won't go in there. These are sort of locally run and organized neighborhoods. But I find that this, to me, is the most innovative thing happening in Pittsburgh and in many cities. It's not that we just see it here, but the scale is right, the context is right, and the culture is right, because it's all of these kind of guys like Ian who are crawling back into these buildings, doing amazing things. Art is part of it, but it's art with the small a, not art with the big A. So it's like art all night in one of the old factories. It happens all the time here. So we've now got a whole new range of public spaces. The Parks Department would never put a park in like this. This is all happening organically and locally, but making amazing kinds of places. So you wouldn't think right off the bat that this would be hot real estate. But it turns out it's accessible. And young folks and folks who don't have the income to go into the larger houses or other neighborhoods up on the hill, they're thriving in Lawrenceville. It's interesting to note, when you look up at the top of the hill, that's the Children's Hospital. So everybody who's working in that and can get a place to live, when you start tracking it, it's amazing because because of the breadth and the depth of that market. And then all the new tech companies that have been touted in Pittsburgh, they're all crawling into the older buildings like they do in Richmond. And they're right in the neighborhood, right? They're right next door to you. So that kind of mashup is really different. So between doing robotics and Uber doing their driverless cars in and around this district, it's like a circus every week. You can hardly believe it. So we're excited about this level of reinvestment in city real estate that you would have thought we'll be tearing all this stuff down because nobody wants it. Well, it's not true. And if you leave people to their own devices and you put them in a little petri dish where all this stuff cooks together, then things happen. So coming out of this, this has been going on for about 10 years. It suddenly struck the leadership and folks living in the neighborhood that they better have a very discrete policy about affordability, about social equity, about what's going on in this neighborhood. And so they're doing really interesting stuff. They started their own community land trust. So they're beginning to buy land, old industrial land, and repurpose it. They've just passed inclusionary zoning in Pittsburgh. So that becomes, affordable housing becomes a component of that. So the delivery of this stuff is interesting. The corporation is a catalyst for it, but this is all small-scale private sector investment that has nothing to do with big institutional moves in the neighborhood. So it's exciting, it's fun. I think it's what I call embedded innovation, and when you can find it in a city, go for it, because you realize you suddenly have a whole culture that talks the same language about these issues that are common to all of us. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Pete Gumbert, founder and executive chairman of IndieDwell, an Idaho-based company that has pioneered the repurposing of shipping containers into housing. IndieDwell is a Goodwill certified B Corp with a vision to change the building industry by offering a high-quality, sustainable, healthy home to underserved communities. Be sure to take a tour of the IndieDwell shipping container home and experience lab downstairs. Or after, they're going to go to a trip to the National Mall next week. And then after that, the home is going to be placed in a site here in Richmond. So this is really exciting. Well, welcome, Pete.
Maybe another technical challenge. Stretch it out. All right, well, I'm going to get started. Slides don't matter. So my name is Pete Gumbert. I am the co-founder and executive chairman of IndieDwell. It's important to note that I really don't have a background in housing. I am an accountant by training and spent the bulk of my career, about 25 years, building and selling 3 software companies. I did swing a hammer, but between the time I was 17 and about 22, building decks, but that was about all I've done in the housing space. So you might ask how I ended up here. About 10 years ago, I was the CEO of a company that had just raised about $25 million in venture capital that was focused on automating the local marketing space. Not very exciting when it comes to housing. That company was called Ballyhoo. I was sitting at my desk during the middle of the recession wondering what I was doing and why I was doing it. And it dove me down to a place where I really started to examine the role of business in society. And that has led me on a journey now, about a 10-year journey of trying to explore what role that is. What does capitalism do well and what does it not do well? And so after I sold that company in 2016, I started a public benefit corporation called Goodwill. How many people have heard of a public benefit corporation? About 30%, looks like. The easiest way that I can describe a public benefit corporation is it is in essence, a nonprofit with a business model. So it is a for-profit company, but at its heart, it's got a social mission at its core. The social mission of Goodwill was really to help other organizations build what I call fair, equitable, and humane workplaces. So basically, how do we include the people in the workplace with the success of that business rather than use them as extractive cogs to be able to be moved around? When we talk about public benefit corporations, or really sustainable capitalism, as I call it, what we do is we think not only about how to maximize shareholder value, but we think about how to take into consideration all of the stakeholders that are touched by that business. So it's not just the shareholders, but it's also the customers. It's the communities that we work in. It's the employees. It's the environment. It's the supply chain. So we think about all of those stakeholders when we make any decisions within a public benefit corporation. So I started that company, and one of the first companies that came and signed up and said we want to be part of that was called Flinner Homes. Flinner Homes was founded by a guy named Scott Flynn, who was a chemical engineer by training that decided that chemical engineering wasn't that much fun, and so he started building homes. 20 years ago, he started building healthy, high-performance homes, and he's never deviated from that, even during the downturn when nobody wanted to spend more to be able to build a healthy, high-performance home. So Scott built the first net zero home in Idaho. He's built the first passive home in Idaho. And he came to me with a very simple idea. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
This is going to be exciting. Old school is right. So it started with this simple question. That's one of Scott's homes. And he came to me and he said, how do we build this same type of home that many more people on the income ladder can afford? And that was a really intriguing question to me. And I said, well, why do we want to be able to do that? And he said, it's for two simple reasons. It's better for the owner and the occupant, and it's better for the environment. So why wouldn't we try to do that? His frustration stemmed from the fact that in order to be able to own a Flinner home, you had to be on the top 10% of the income ladder. And he said, everybody should live in this type of home. It's just plain better. So that led us to start going down and doing some due diligence to see how could we do that. It's a really challenging problem. How do you build a net zero, healthy home at an affordable price? Those two things seem to be in contradiction with one another. And then from my perspective, how do you do it and actually do it in an inclusionary way so that the people that are building the homes are included in the success of the business? All of that's very expensive and hard to do. So we started doing this due diligence, and when we set it out, we said there has to be some founding principles. We have to be able to set thresholds to say there's lots of ways we can make the house cheaper, but what are the things that we're not going to violate? And that started with the principles around the housing itself. So we said just like all of Scott's homes, they have to be really healthy, and that starts with indoor air quality. So how do we make sure that people are living in an environment that enhances their health rather than detracts from it? How do we ensure that the home is very durable so that people don't have to actually replace the products that are in their home, which again is better for their wallets, but it's also better for the environment because we don't have to build more stuff. How do we make sure that they're energy efficient? Again, we focus a lot on the initial price tag of a home. How much does it cost to get into it? We focus very little to none at all at what does it cost to actually operate that home. And then ultimately we wanted to make sure that the process that we were going to use to build the homes and the products that went into the homes were very sustainable. So those were the housing related principles that we set out. With regards to our people, we said, here's the very simple rule. If we're building homes that the people who are building can't afford to buy, then we've failed. At that point, we're part of the problem rather than part of the solution. And that's a big industry-wide problem, right? We all focus on affordable housing and how do we get people into affordable housing, but we don't pay the people that are building the housing enough to actually afford their own home. That's a problem, and you can't scale something in that way and actually solve that problem. And the other thing from our perspective was how do we make sure that they're partners in our success? And then finally, we wanted to build something that was very, very scalable. So building something that was a one-off solution where we impact 50 people a year would be a good thing, But I work on scale. That's the way my brain works, I think, from being sort of indoctrinated in the software space for a long period of time. And I said, I want this thing to be able to have a very big impact. And the reality is that even if we are wildly successful, we have this very audacious goal to build 100,000 housing units in the next 6 years at IndieDwell. So if we are wildly successful and hit that goal, we will have barely scratched the surface of the 7.5, 8 million unit shortage that we have in affordable housing across the country. So what we want to do in terms of scale is demonstrate that this can be done and it can be done differently. One of the ways that we figured out that we would keep the cost of the home low was we said from the outset that we were going to cap our margins. So as we start to scale and we get better pricing from our vendors and improve our processes and whatnot, we've said that every dollar that we save is going to go into reducing the price of the home rather than increasing the margins of the business. That doesn't go over very well when we tell investors that, but that's what we're doing and it's working. And that correlates into the fact that we're really trying to drive the price of the home down as far as it can possibly go, which may be a little bit counterintuitive from a kind of a capitalistic perspective, but the way that I think about it is if we deliver a really, really high quality product at a really affordable price, are we ever going to have a problem with demand? No. Probably not, right? And in a factory environment, which was what we're doing, if that factory keeps going and you've set up your unit economics correctly, you're always making money. The only problem with manufacturing is when you stop manufacturing. That becomes really expensive, really fast. So we think it's a pretty solid model. So we went out, as I mentioned, and started doing due diligence on the space with those principles in mind, and that was the closest thing that we came to meeting all of our goals. And that's stick frame modular. And you've heard a lot about it today, and you'll probably hear a lot about it going forward in the future. And it is really, really good and really interesting. Katerra is spending $850 million to try to figure it out. We didn't think it was going to meet our model, and we didn't because there's a great study out of the Washington State University, a guy named Ryan Smith, who went and investigated the modular space. There's 70% more material used in a modular build over a site-built build. And that is because at the end of the day, you've got to pick that structure up, you got to put it on the back of the truck, you got to drive it somewhere, you got to pick it up again, and you got to place it in its final resting spot. And so when you pick something up that's 40 feet long and 8 feet wide, it wants to twist, it wants to deflect, we say. And so if you don't overbuild that structure, you end up with a mobile home. And that's one of the reasons why mobile homes fall apart in about 15 years. So if you want a really permanent, solid structure, you need to overbuild it. So you use 70% more material than you would if you built that same exact structure on site. So that violated our sustainability goal. Sustainability is about doing more with less, and that's doing less with more, at least the same with more. It also eats up a lot of the cost savings that exist within modular. So then, somebody put this idea in front of us. There are somewhere about between 35 and 50 million shipping containers in the world. A lot of them are being retired every year. They are incredibly, thank you. They are incredibly strong. So as you can see there, they're stacking them at least 9 high. Each one of those containers carries about 66,000 pounds. So the bottom container is carrying 500,000 pounds of load. We are grossly underutilizing the structural integrity of these containers by using them as homes. However, there's 9,000 pounds of steel in each one of those containers. And every year we're putting somewhere between 1 to 3 million of those out to pasture because they get retired as useful in the shipping industry. So that is a lot of waste. And if we can repurpose them into something that is going to have a 100 or 200 year life cycle as a home, we feel like that's a really good sustainability metric for us to track to. We can make them very, very durable, very healthy, very energy efficient, and very sustainable. The problem is they're a pain in the ass to work with. Taking 9,000 pounds of steel and turning it into a house is not really easy. Now, it is not that it hasn't been thought of or done before. This is the first patent for a shipping container home. It was 1986, so this is not a new idea. This one in particular, you can see, you can't see it, but there's a little red underline there that says that's a site-built product. About 99% of all container structures have been site-built. So they are containers that are delivered to site, welders come, they start cutting and putting them all together on site. They tend to be extremely expensive and very inefficient to do that way. However, again, the idea is not new. What we said is we went out and looked at the container structures, and what almost everybody does with container structures is they actually build a new wall inside, generally a 2x6 wall inside the container, and then they insulate that and do everything the same way as a traditional home. We said that doesn't really make a lot of sense because you're taking this super strong structure and you're rebuilding a structure inside of it. You're not using that structural integrity that you have purchased inherent in the container. And so we said we want to do that differently because that's a bunch of waste, again. That's not doing more with less, we're just adding. We want to try to figure out, is there a different way that we could approach using these that would leverage all of the structural integrity but also allow for a really, really energy efficient wall. So Scott went to work, and what he figured out basically is that that red line that you see going through there is the shipping container top down. So that's the corrugation you're probably all familiar in seeing. And what he figured out we could do was actually get EPS, so rigid insulation, cut to match that corrugation exactly. And we could place it out both on the outside and the inside, and we would create a solid wall. And then we put additional EPS on the outside and polyiso on the inside. And within a 4.5-inch space, we get about a 25.5 R rating. So we get more R value out of a smaller space. That's sustainability in our minds. So that's now patent pending wall design that we're using, and that was when we figured it was time to go and see if we could actually build one of these things. Would you just tell me? Fine. Good. So Scott sent me this text on August 2nd, 2017, saying away we go. So that is our first shipping container being moved into a 3,500 foot manufacturing facility where we built our prototype. So that's not long ago. This is our factory today, where we have a single line, we call it a production line, where we're in the factory at any given time we'll have 14 containers, and we're basically building 7 homes at a time, or more or less. So this was our first model. It's a 640 square foot model, 2 bedrooms. The design as it came out is net zero ready. So if we hook up solar to it, it's a net zero home. That doesn't really make sense on a 640 square foot house because you've got $6,000 in solar, and that house will be about $25 a month for all of its utilities combined. So you'll never pay that back over the period of a 25-year solar installation. So while it is solar, it's net zero ready. It doesn't really make sense from an economics perspective unless you do community solar, which makes a lot of sense. And then we decided not everybody's going to love our industrial design, so we were going to put gable roofs on. So that home that you see down there, if anybody looked at the top detail around it, it didn't look particularly good, and that's because it is getting a gable roof put on top of it. Thank you. Also, so you all know, and I wanted to have big disclaimers there, we had to put that house together in about 6 hours. So the floor marriage joint, where we just slap something on top, is actually smooth when we're done, so you wouldn't notice that. And then all the trim on the interior marriage joints was all very haphazardly done. So that'll all be trimmed out nicely, and you want to actually be able to tell. But I get sensitive about those types of things. That actually is the 960 square foot with a shed roof on it. So the same home that's downstairs. That is a empty slide for some reason. We are now doing multifamily as well. So this is a project that we're doing up in the mountains of Idaho. It's workforce housing that's a 4-plex. So 4 640 square foot units. That's the very same thing without the internal breezeway. And this is one of our latest projects. This is down in LA. This is 26 units of workforce housing. We're also doing another project down in LA that's 24 units of permanent supportive housing. That one's over 4 stories. This is 3 stories over a platform. I am not going to have time to go through all of my interesting slides, but what I will tell you is a little bit about the rest of how we are envisioning really bringing sustainable capitalism to this space. So what we're working on, and when we set up the business, was how do we include the employees into the prosperity of the business. So our minimum wage in our factory is $16 an hour. So somebody that was working at McDonald's, has no experience and wants to come over and work with us, they're going to get paid $16 an hour. Average wage in the factory is $21. We pay full health care benefits, so medical, dental, vision for every employee. It's full-time year-round work. They get 10 days of paid vacation from day one. They get 10 days of holidays, so 20 days of paid vacation time. Every employee has profit sharing. Every employee is an owner in the business, and there's paternity and maternity leave for everybody. So it's very inclusive. Thank you. So that's how we're bringing people in. And one of the big goals that we have is when we set up a manufacturing facility, we don't set it up in the major metros that are thriving. Because it's modular and we can ship these, we set them up in communities that are in need of economic development. So when we do that, we can bring people in that don't have the opportunity to learn a trade and teach them that trade in that market where they can continue to live. So it's a real large economic and workforce development that's producing affordable housing, and I just finished. So.
Finally, we have Dwayne Marsh. He's the Vice President of Institutional and Sectoral Change at Race Forward, based in San Francisco. Race Forward's mission is to build awareness, solutions, and leadership for racial justice by generating transformative ideas, information, and experiences. Earlier in his career, Dwayne was a senior advisor in the Office of Economic Resilience at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And welcome back, Dwayne, because Dwayne is a Richmond native. So here we go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, Greta Harris asked me to come out and talk to you guys. She said, can you talk and break down structural racism, intersection with the housing market? I said, for you, Greta, anything. She said, 17 minutes. Can you do it in 17 minutes? I said, I don't know. And then, of course, I found out today I have 18, so I'm really not worried about it at all. A little bit about me. I am a local. I'm born and raised here. In fact, have done this work for a very long time. Raised by folks who did work in social justice, and so I thought that's just what people did for a living. And then I went off to college and found out not so much. Ended up getting into the work around social justice and racial equity, and I've spent about 30 years trying to figure out how we break down these systems of inequity and produce outcomes for people that really are more meaningful. Race Forward is a national organization that's been doing that work for close to 50 years, partnered with the Center for Social Inclusion, recognizing, in fact, that we have to address this in a different way, that if we want the kinds of communities that we deserve, we have to seek out and dismantle structural racism. And I'll talk about what that is in a minute. Our approach really looks at 5 things. We have to shift the narrative because we recognize the conversation on race in this country is broken. And so that means really having research about the stories about people who are affected by these issues, having them in fact build movement and capacity to change their lives and communities, that we have to have new generation of policies that put forth a different set of results that we've seen previously. But none of that matters if we don't change the systems and structures that underlie and create those realities. And so we have a focus on institutional and sectoral change. One of the things that we've recognized is that there is a methodology that works that can help us to do that. And we see this in a number of institutions. And we break it down effectively to normalize, operationalize, and organize. And what we mean by that is if we normalize conversations about race, then we can start to have conversations about strategies that are aligned. If I ask you right now, write down on your index card your definition of racism, you'd first say, well, Dwayne, you didn't give us index cards, I don't know what to do. But after you got over that, you'd write maybe something about an individual act of bigotry, or you might act about an institution that produces an outcome that is disproportionately impacting people of color and favoring white people, whether it's on purpose or not. Or you might talk about the institutional systems interplay and the history and context that led to an environment that's oppressive for people of color because they have dealt with all these systems for many centuries. Those are all true, but they're not the same thing. We have to figure out what we're talking about and align our conversations so we can have aligned solutions. We also have to hold a sense of urgency and priority, right? This is stuff that took hundreds of years to happen, and some mornings you'll wake up doing this work and think it's going to take hundreds of years to fix. We don't have that luxury. There are people's lives who literally depend on us figuring this out now. And so how you hold that alacrity with the long game is part of the work of normalizing the conversation. Then you have to think about how you operationalize. What are the tools and data we can use to understand why these systems produce the outcomes they do, the results that they do, and how we address those. And there actually are racial equity tools that we see deployed in communities, in government, in multiple sectors that can help us to do that. But that means organizing our institutions differently. And not just organizing we think about in terms of the institution being organized from the community because the community is dissatisfied with the results from the institution, legitimate, but also how we organize within our institutions, how we partner in different ways, break down silos, how we actually do co-development and leadership with community, moving power to community to shape its future. And so that is part of the organizing we do, all towards the notion of visualizing the kind of communities we want to create. This is really the theory of practice that we use in many sectors. But I want to focus on government for a moment, and I'm getting to the housing piece because of this. We have a national network that is actually focused on these issues. And we are finding increasingly local jurisdictions committed to addressing racial equity because, frankly, they're tired of producing the same results they produced for dozens or hundreds of years. And so those jurisdictions at the local, state, and regional level come together, try to figure out the theory of practice, and then put that into action to make sure that, in fact, we can produce a different kind of result. So this network is called GARE, Government Alliance for Race and Equity. And this is, I call this the baby photo. This is January 2 years ago, the members we had around the country, and this is today. And so you can see the dramatic growth in this conversation at the government level, in fact, doubling in size every year since we've been in place. Why is government important? We start to talk about housing. A number of reasons. One is that this is an institution that has the leverage and the policy control to be able to shape and influence markets. It also has been deeply wed to decisions that, frankly, have created the inequities in community that we've seen through the housing markets for many decades. And it's an important employer for people of color at living wage, and it has the ability really to transform negative ideas about our communities into positive messages as well. So a number of reasons that we do this focus and work on government. We also have to acknowledge the reality that government played a role in creating some of these situations, these inequities we're talking about over centuries, right? The notion of whose land it was, whose land we're standing on. I mean, who in this room knows actually whose land this actually was, right? Once that land was taken, who got to own the property? Who was property? Who had the right to vote? Whose military service mattered? Who could get married? What that marriage meant? These are all things government played critical roles in for many centuries. And even as we know, over the last century, we saw, culminating in the civil rights movement, that there was movement for justice to try to change that, driven by community, government making change, actually culminating with the civil rights movement, seeing a new generation of policies that basically outlawed discrimination. Great news, but then we also stopped talking about race. It was almost as if by talking about it, we were harkening back to when government was part of the problem. And as a consequence, we haven't seen the needle move on a lot of the outcomes, the disparities that we're trying to fix since the civil rights movement. What we're excited about is really the notion that we have a new generation of jurisdictions, agencies who are working to proactively advance racial equity in their practices and transform communities. And that's the work that we need to do. Because as we know, no newsflash, race determines your life outcome, literally from life to death. Life expectancy, infant mortality, everything in between. And so we have to figure out, these aren't natural disparities. Something is causing those issues. We have to break down and interrupt those cycles and figure out how we create different solutions. So those impacts of racism that cut across multiple arena, from health to community justice to housing, you name it, are the things that we're trying to figure out how we dismantle. Now, you could say it's a strong kind of moral argument, or there's a great, kind of mission focus to do this work. There's also a strong economic argument we can look at the local level. Just 3 quick examples. In Seattle, they recently figured out that if they were to equalize or bring down the unemployment rate of African Americans to that of whites, right, just to drop it that much, $25 million in tax revenue annually from the economic opportunity that's been lost because of that. The Twin Cities realized, in fact, that they're going to have a skills and job gap in the next 20 years where they won't be able to fill all their jobs if they don't cut the disproportionality between the achievement in school and the workforce of people of color and whites in Minnesota. And you might think, well, what does that matter? Well, they're rapidly diversifying, right? And as a consequence, that gap is going to make a difference. Recently, they actually were named the #1 state for livability, and they were quite excited. We're #1. And then somebody said, can we disaggregate that by race, see how we're doing? And so somebody did, and they ranked 45th. We're number 45. Doesn't have the same ring to it as we're #1. And as a consequence, they've really led into this work. In fact, we have as many members in Minnesota as almost any state doing this work. And then, of course, in New York, just a sense of scale, $8 billion lost from communities of color from the minority women business contracting that's not receiving proportional revenue from the contracts the city lets. Right, so the scale is enormous, and that's just 3 examples from around the country. At regional scale, we know in fact that regions that are inequitable economically or racially are less resilient. They bounce back slower from economic shocks. In fact, they're less globally competitive. And we compete as a nation of regions across the world. And so knowing that in fact you have these inequities slows your ability to be competitive in the global marketplace. And then just the national cost overall. I also worked at PolicyLink for many years, and they have now a racial equity atlas, and you can look at the cost of inequity in our communities. Cumulatively in the United States, $2.5 trillion. Actually, I should say 2.4 trillion. I used to say 2.5, I realized that 0.1 is about $100 billion, so I should be accurate. $2.4 trillion in lost economic GDP is a consequence of the inequities we have. So we need to really think about how we can achieve racial equity. And for us, that definition is about this notion that we improve success for people, make sure that we don't have that race to predict their outcomes, and that it really produces outcomes that are beneficial for all people. Now to do that means a couple things. We have to focus on those who are worse off. If I were to do a study of the City of Richmond school performance and find out that whites are graduating at 75% from high school on time, ready for college, and that African Americans, Native Americans, Latinos are graduating at 55%, the solution would not be 65% graduation rate for everyone. That would be compromise. We want to see 85%, 90%, 100%. But to do that, we have to understand why are certain groups graduating at 55%. We have to start with those who are most impacted by our systems as they exist. And that usually leads us to race. The other thing we have to do is, make sure that we move from just doing the work of, supporting programs to our policies, our practices, our structures. And sometimes in government, people get a little, start squirming and say, but 82% of what I do is services. I just made that number up, actually, not 82%. But anybody here in government? Yeah, I said 82%, you didn't blink, because it feels like that sometimes, right? But the truth is, we have to start to transition to think about how we change the structures, the systems, the practices we have, or we won't produce transformational work. We can do great transactions, right? Literally moving an individual or a family, transacting them across a system to hope they get a better result in that system, but not transformational, where we change the system so it produces better outcomes for more people. People ask us, well, that's true, but Dwayne, why race? Why not class or gender, right? Or income? I mean, there's so many kinds of marginalization we face. All those are true. We lead with race for a number of reasons. One is, in fact, that the inequities that we look at a race are deep and pervasive. Within heterosexism, sexism, ableism, you name your discrimination, if we disaggregate for race, people of color fare worse within that marginalization. We can't get to equity if we don't deal with racial equity. We also know that we have to deal with the fact that it's the elephant in the room. Nobody wants to talk about race. Raise your hand. Friday afternoon, you're at the water cooler and somebody said, Jim, what are you doing this weekend? You said, I'm going home to lead a conversation on race. I never get hands for that. So it's true that this is not the kind of conversation we want to have, and yet we have to find ways to talk about it. Now, interestingly, I used to say this 3 years ago when I started a Race Forward, and I'd say, nobody's talking about race. Now I say, everybody's talking about race. And it's still as anxious and difficult and challenging as it was when nobody was talking about it. So we have to find ways to have that conversation. We also know that if we can find systemic approaches to deal with racism in our society, we can apply those to other forms of marginalization. But we realize if I burst in here and said, I want equity for everyone, forever, I'd get equity for no one anytime soon. We have to have specificity and targeted approaches. So we learn from this work, we work with others in the alliance who work with other kinds of marginalization. Together we create the kind of communities we want to see. Now, why housing in race? To the point of this, right? We know that housing is a cornerstone of economic opportunity. We've heard that all day. We walk in this room knowing that if you don't have access to housing, you really are being left out of the market in terms of your economic uptake, ability to move forward. We also know that historic patterns of discrimination really plague our history of housing in this country. We have to resolve and unpack those things. And we recognize that cycles of disinvestment and reinvestment disproportionately impact people of color. The cycles of losing money followed by the cycles of investment of money. You lose your house because you can't afford it, and the displacement happens. This is just the story that people live time and time again. We know that the housing crash of 2008-9 was the biggest loss of black and brown wealth in U.S. history. Unbelievably damaging. And the disproportionality in the nature of that loss was critical as well. And we also know that inequities in housing and segregation are deep and profound. So just to illustrate that, if you haven't seen these maps before, the dots are different races. And basically the punchline is, if the dots aren't mixing, we're pretty segregated. So here's New York. You can see a little bit of integration here, but pretty segregated. Chicago starts to break down. Detroit. So our segregation, and we could go slide by slide, but again, we only got 18 minutes in a lot of cities. Really, you can see the segregation we're trying to break down is deep and profound. So when we think about these definitions of racism, what we found is that we have to work at all of them, but particularly be focused on institutional practice to get to the structures that we're talking about. Because in our government systems in particular, a lot of the issues that come up aren't by design, right? But the design that led to that point is still perpetuating, producing those outcomes. And so while we not have intentionality in having people have worse outcomes by race, it still happens, and we have to address for that. So we know that we have to also change systems because structures will do what they do until we make them do something different. And that's really how we take on structural racism and start to think about these issues. Recognizing, in fact, that we have to look at the upstream, we're starting to move towards thinking not just about individual choice, but really our living conditions, the institutional practices, and the society around as the place where we can make that impact. And so for housing, one of the big areas is redlining. And so we have to unpack the history of redlining. Raise your hand if you're familiar with redlining. Okay, so I'm talking to the right audience. So we know this is something we have to do as well. A couple other things we want to hold is how do we deal with our own bias as it plays into institutions. And so we know that part of doing that is because if we don't change our practices, our implicit biases, the unconscious things that lead to us perpetuating decisions, we won't get to different outcomes as well. And so in that way, we focus on implicit and explicit bias, but particularly looking at the implicit bias that's in our institutions to make change. So how does that play out really, ultimately? I want to share, I think, a couple things. One, we know we have to look at changing our institutional policies at all scale. And so we recognize FHA, 20 years of existence, we're still dealing with the implications of some of its choices and policy decisions from the 40s and 30s. We know the interstate highway system really has kind of been the infrastructure of how we have exported sprawl, suburbanization, different impacts and levels of economic opportunity, and so we have to deal with that as well. And then we have to deal with things like restrictive covenants. These are all the kinds of things we have to take on as we're doing this work. To do that, we look at using analyses, tools that can help us analyze and understand these practices better, and then produce a different set of strategies to move forward, because we recognize that in institutions, public and private, we have choice points. Oh, they're cutting the lights on us back there where somebody leaned on it. We have choice points we have to face, small and large decisions that have cumulative impact in our communities. And so we really focus on how we can address those as well. So to get started on that work, we have to think about a few things. One, we have to think about the potential for achieving our mission by centering racial equity in our decision-making process. If we can do that, we in fact can develop a comprehensive understanding how those inequities have shaped the housing market in this case, and then focus on what kind of solutions we can address to make that change. We have to have a different kind of relationship with community than the one we've had before. Really community leading the process of helping us to unpack the understanding of these issues because they live the experience. We have to share national best practice conversations like the ones we're having today, hugely important. We have to make sure that we have core teams in our institutions that will carry this work deeply and embed it in our institutions. And we have to make sure that we really use analyses to understand the impact and reach of these decisions we made before. Now, we have seen, in fact, examples of this coming up around the country. In Minneapolis, but very recently, some of you may have heard this, they're doing away with single-family zoning. They recognize that for the advantages it offers, it is too much linked into the patterns of segregation and discrimination that produce disparate impacts for their communities, and that there are ways to work around that. And so, quite controversial in its introduction, but it's starting to move into effect to be able to equalize economic opportunity, be able to have multifamily housing in areas throughout regions where previously that was not possible. We know Portland has actually done something they call the right to return policy, which looks at historic displacement of residents, particularly African American residents, and says you get preference in how we come back, get you back into community when we reinvest. Now they couldn't, for a number of reasons, specify by race, but they could look at causality and direct a policy that gave opportunity for African Americans to find preference and return to those neighborhoods, even as they were being displaced. We also know that in St. Louis Park was one of the first areas in the Twin Cities to look at how they could have landlords deal with tenant relocation costs in a different way, and they used racial equity analysis to shape the cost structure and the nature of the program. So using evidence from our histories to understand how we can develop new policies to move forward. Recognize that in Philadelphia, they have a whole cadre of proposals that are on the table right now, thinking about how they can make change, looking at everything from eviction protections to looking at how they do housing bonds differently, public lands initiatives. But it's a public conversation looking at an entire suite of policies, recognizing the impacts of racial inequity in doing that work. Seattle's done a couple of things. They have a situation where month-to-month leases can only be ended by certain identified causes, so it's a just cause for eviction protection. And we also have done some work there around not making sure people aren't denied housing because of their criminal history. And then lastly, I'd just say there are a couple of national organizations tracking the things we're up against. So PRAC is looking at the source discrimination laws around the country, and they've tracked more than 60 of these around the country, which gives us a sense of where we have to do our work to unpack laws that are discriminatory in their impact. And then the Better Housing Coalition, right here in the city of Richmond, has been targeting its housing, thinking about how it interrupts patterns of economic segregation in neighborhoods. The last thing I'll just say is that there's an interactive map that you should look at, looking at states that have preempted things that could move our work forward, like rent control, just cause eviction, and it shows the states where that's happening, and unfortunately the map is grim. So we have a lot of work to do at the policy level to unpack and reverse some of these, but we know by addressing policies and practices and institutional approaches will ultimately make the difference we need to make. Thanks.
Engagement sessions, room E24E, and experience left downstairs, so you can look at your program. Thank you.
Put it on my phone.
And the future of building code. We're still waiting for one speaker, so we'll start just a little bit. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrew McCoy. I'm the director of the Virginia Center for Housing Research at Virginia Tech. Welcome to Engagement Session 2, the future of building code, where we look at state and national experts discussing where the code is headed in the context of innovation and change. The session here is designed so that we'll have kind of some quick presentations. There'll be 2 presentations that are about 10 minutes long, 10-15 minutes, and then after that we'll have a Q&A session. So please think of questions, and I have some questions to spur the conversation, but if you have questions, please be prepared to ask. We have some good discussion around it. To start off, I'd like to introduce our speaker, Jeff Brown, of the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development. He's going to talk about technology, innovation, and Virginia's building code. Can you just say a little bit about Jeff's background before he gets up to talk? He's the State Building Codes Office Director, Division of Building and Fire Regulation. Jeff joined the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, or DHCD, in 2017, bringing with him 20 years of experience in the construction industry, including 14 years in the enforcement and administration of building and fire codes. As State Building Codes Office Director, he oversees the state code development process, technical support services, manufactured housing, industrialized building programs, and administration of the State Building Code Technical Review Board. Jeff's going to highlight some of the work DHCD is doing in updating the Virginia Building Code, training code officials, and most importantly, partnering and collaborating with various stakeholder groups to find ways to foster innovation and technology in the construction industry in Virginia and throughout the United States. So help me welcome Jeff Brown to present to us today. Wherever you'd like.
All right, so if y'all don't mind, I'll just, is this mic working? Can you all hear me? All right, so if y'all don't mind, I'm just going to sit here and I'll try to be kind of brief with my presentation, and then we'll have some time for some question and answers afterwards, which will be the best part. So I won't bore you too much. I know building codes are exciting. I'm surprised we don't have a room full of people. But I think we got some good information to share with you today. So I just want to give you a little update on kind of where we're at in Virginia regarding building codes and some of the things that DHCD is doing regarding technology and how we try to stay up to date on the latest technology so we can help make sure those things can be incorporated into buildings in Virginia and we don't have roadblocks and the code is not prohibitive when new ideas and innovation come about. All right, I have to take opportunity to kind of highlight some of the technology that we actually use at DHCD in our code development process. So we're the only state right now that's got their own online code development software system. It's very similar to the system they use at the national level. It was actually developed by ICC, the same company that develops the national codes. And that's really kind of opened up some doors for people that may not have been able to participate in the process before. They can go online, submit proposals, provide input, that sort of stuff, without having to come to meetings. A lot of those meetings are during the day. A lot of people might not be in Virginia and still want to participate If I have a new product they want to get put into the code, with this system, they can actually just go ahead and submit a code change proposal from wherever they are, and it'll be considered through the code development process. So right now, we are in the 2015 edition of the USBC, and that came into effect last year on September 4th. The code process is about a 2-year process from start to finish when we get started developing a new set of codes. And we do that process about every 3 years. If you look at the dates up there, we just adopted the 15, and we're hoping to adopt the 18 in 2021. In early 2021, that'll actually be about 2.5 years between code adoptions, which kind of catches us up a little bit. Now, that does sound like we're really far behind the times if we're just adopting the 15 codes, and there's 18 codes, there's 21 codes that are being developed, but in reality, we're really kind of on par with the rest of the country. If you look there, there's about 27 states that are in the 15 codes. There's only a couple that have gone into the 18 codes. It's just a process that takes time with a lot of input into it, so it's not something that happens overnight. And so you might have some concerns. Well, what about technology? Technology moves really fast. What about new stuff that comes out, and the codes might not recognize or might be a little bit behind. But there are a couple of things that are in the code already that stay in at least in the Virginia Uniform Statewide Building Code, and very similar provisions in the national codes. We recognize that the code process is slow, and technology, we can be working on a code change today, and it might take a year to get it into the codes, and during that time, a new material or a new method has come about that's on the scene. So I'm just going to highlight a couple things that are already in the code that kind of allow officials to approve new processes, new materials. The first one is a code modification. Some people like to call them exemptions, but they're not really exemptions, because what it is an opportunity to say, I've got this product that may not be specifically listed in the code, but it'll provide the same outcome. It'll perform just like this product that is in the code. So you could ask for a code modification to a local code official, and they can show that it's meeting the spirit and intent of the code and approve it that way. There's also a section on alternative materials, methods and materials. And you can see in there, it also talks about level of performance, and it's just stating that the code doesn't want to prohibit new methods and materials. So there are things in the code to allow an official to approve those. One of those methods is here, and it's getting product approved by a third-party testing agency. So somebody has a new product, it comes out, they think it's equivalent to what the code would require as far as performance for safety or efficiency or resiliency. They can take that product to one of these laboratories and have it tested, and they will certify it and say, yes, it does meet the current code, and then they can just take that to the building official and say, I'd like to use this product. I'm going to save you the research. Here's a paper, compliance report that tells you what code it meets, and then they just have to kind of review that report to make sure it's being used like it was tested or approved. So those are a few tools, like I said, that kind of fill the gap between the delay in approving the codes and new things that might come out during that time. I also want to take just a minute to highlight some of the initiatives we're involved in right now related to technology. One of them is panelized construction is just one good example. We're always kind of looking at the codes, looking at the industry, talking to different stakeholders across the country on what they're doing, what they're working on. And our current industrialized building regulations didn't really have a carve-out for panelized construction. It was focused on the modular boxes, your typical modulars that are just 2 or 3 boxes maybe put together. So we're working to incorporate panelized construction in there, set up fee schedules for that, so that when those come, because we've talked to some manufacturers that said they're coming this way, we'll be ready and be able to speed up that process, and they won't hit any roadblocks with trying to figure out how to address that. Tiny homes, that's just one example. We're always looking at different types of opportunities and different innovative ideas for housing, and we want to make sure that those are always considered. So that's just one example is tiny homes. There's actually an appendix in the National Model Codes, an approval process and construction requirements for tiny homes. So during our code development cycle, we'll bring these types of ideas forward and give them to the groups for discussion and consideration. And hopefully some of these types of ideas make their way into the codes. if not this cycle, we continually bring them forward for consideration. Of course, shipping container reuse. This is a big one today. I hope you guys have had a chance to go see the IndieDwell house down there. It's a lot of people looking at doing this, and that's the first actually factory-built one that I'm aware of as far as a single-family dwelling in Virginia. And we work real close with the HDA and our third-party inspector out there in Idaho to get that approved and work through kind of the nuances of the new technology. And there's things like you have a used container. Some people might be a little worried about what was in it before, so they might be hesitant to approve it. But there's a lot of good information out there. There's a standard that ICC published last year that kind of walks you through the process of what you need to evaluate and different things you can do to ensure that it meets code. And so we were able to help work through that process and get those approved and get that delivered. So I think we might be seeing more of those now that we've kind of worked through one of them. So I hope to see some more of those. That might be another opportunity for some affordable housing. One other thing we do is we provide training to local code enforcement folks and building officials, and so we're always kind of keeping an eye out for what's new out there. What are we seeing that might be new technology that people might not be familiar with, and we try to gear our training towards that. So one recent training we did was on the utility scale solar farms. So we're seeing those pop up all over the place. Dominion's doing a lot of them. There's a lot of private investment firms. So we'll develop training for that. We brought in somebody that was an expert from the West Coast where they've been doing a lot of these for a long time to provide training to some local building officials, and that was well received. So we just always try to stay kind of on top of what might be coming. We think if people are familiar with it and kind of know what to expect, hopefully it'll make the process a little smoother, a little easier if somebody wants to do that type of project. A couple other things to highlight just that we've got going on. One is we've been working with MIT on a special project with a lot of other stakeholders as well to kind of look at maybe incorporating modular buildings into post-disaster recovery housing. Right now it's mainly existing building stock, and then if they don't have that, they use manufactured homes. And those are typically used once or twice and then they get rid of them. It's really expensive to do it that way. So we've been kind of brainstorming and thinking about doing a pilot program in Virginia to maybe incorporate something that can become permanent housing or be reused instead of just sending it back and getting rid of it after a couple rounds. We stay really involved at the national level with ICC with the code development. The deputy director of our building and fire regulations, he's on the board for ICC, the board of directors. We've participated on some of their committees, the code change committees, the resiliency benchmarking effort they have going on right now through the Alliance for National and Community Resiliency. We participate on that. And we also, this cycle, have a special sub-work group during our code development process to look at resiliency and kind of get some brain power together and look through the codes and see what we might be able to do to make improvements to Virginia's codes to increase resiliency. All right, so I think I got through that pretty fast. That's the end of my presentation, and I guess we'll have an opportunity for questions maybe at the end.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff. That was fantastic. Appreciate all your thoughts on the code. And part of what we were waiting for also was Sunshine, who was giving a 20 by 20 next door. So we just in time. This is called just in time delivery, I guess.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to introduce Sunshine Nathan.
Nathan, yeah.
With Piedmont Housing Alliance in Charlottesville. His topic is building code sustainability and equity. Sunshine is the executive director of Piedmont Housing Alliance in Charlottesville, committed to deeply equitable and sustainable affordable communities. He has led the development of over 1,200 healthy, efficient homes in Texas and Virginia, and is a nationally recognized leader in the climate resilient and equitable affordable housing sector. Sunshine has consulted with a wide variety of local and national housing agencies and developers. Sunshine, thank you for being here.
Sure, thanks, and sorry for the interruption, but I was double booked, so I had to do one. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm a little bit of an unlikely presenter here on the panel. I'm not a code expert, but I'm an architect by training, an engineer wannabe, and a planner wannabe. But I also, my primary role is as executive director and overseeing the construction of affordable housing. So I was asked to be on the panel for a couple of reasons, one of which is kind of my focus around deep sustainability and deep green, and another is just to bring some experience from where I was previously. I've been in Charlottesville for about 2 years, and prior to that, I spent 14 years in Austin, Texas. So bringing kind of that understanding to it as well. So I'm going to first talk about on the sustainability side. This is an example. This M Station was one of my first big projects in Austin, and in many ways, it was a LEED Platinum project. Is everyone familiar with LEED rating system, LEED Green Building Rating System? Anyone not? Okay, so generally everyone is. I think it still remains one of the highest rated LEED multifamily properties in the country. But it happened, we built it in 2008, 2009 during the trough of the housing burst. And to some extent that gave us the opportunity to kind of go above and beyond in ways that we wouldn't have otherwise, in part because honestly cost of construction was really low then. So we could actually think about how we were going to be creative and thoughtful about it. But nonetheless, the work that because we were pushing green really, really hard, we pushed up against codes very, very frequently in that particular job. On the water codes, energy codes, even some fire safety codes as it relates to access for fire trucks, because we wanted them to drive over 50,000 gallon cisterns when they need to get into the community. So there's a whole bunch of different things we had to think through here. But the core of why I want to show this image, though, is that affordable housing and sustainability, in my mind, are the likeliest of partners. Particularly from the nonprofit sector, we are mission-driven organizations who think beyond just the confines of the building itself, but we think about the people who are going to live in there, and we want to provide platforms of success for those families. And that causes us to think more broadly and with more longevity in terms of how we think about buildings. So we build, typically, we plan more durably, we plan more energy efficiency, water efficiency, healthy interior materials, all of those that are aligned with green building principles, also aligned with our mission to provide good spaces for the residents that we serve. This is an example of a floor plan with some keynotes for the residents moving into M Station, which is, of course, as much about education as anything else. Back to the LEED program for a second, I think it's still true that there are actually more LEED for Homes certified projects built by nonprofits than there are by for-profits. Again, back to that, nonprofits have essentially, and affordable housing in general, has been on the vanguard of sustainability work for a long time. When I left Austin, every project I did, we took kind of the next level, like how do we learn from the past successes and sometimes past mistakes, and how do we take it further? So this is an example of us pursuing the Living Building Challenge, which is, if you're not familiar, how many people are familiar with Living Building Challenge? So a handful. Living Building Challenge is LEED on steroids. So essentially, it's green building that attempts to make not just buildings less bad, but make them good. So in order to achieve Living Building Challenge, net positive energy, net positive water, no chemicals on the red list allowed in any building materials, et cetera, et cetera. It's very, 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 very difficult. But for us, again, it was an exercise in alignment around the mission and what we were trying to do. There were many, many building codes that we confronted here because, just to use one example, the Living Building Challenge requires that not only do you manage your stormwater on site, but ideally you're actually capturing whatever water you want to use on site, using it, and then treating it. So you actually have to treat all of your black water on site. And this is the middle of the city, where municipalities are usually comfortable being in control of that sort of thing. So the question of how we could approach that and do that and align with building codes, not only at the local level, but honestly, actually at the national level as well. So for example, if you are serving more than 14 people, this is one thing I discovered, if you're serving more than 14 people in a building on a regular basis, then you effectively have to become your own water utility in order to actually provide water and treat water to your building. If you have less than 14 people, you can kind of take your own risks. But once you break that threshold under EPA guidelines, you have to become effectively your own water utility, which meant that we did not actually pursue it here, because it meant that the cost of producing water on site was going to be about 10,000% higher than hooking up to the city water lines. And that was not a threshold we were willing to break. I also think about solar when I think about building codes, and there are a couple, I'll get into a couple of nuances in a little bit. But by the time I left Austin, Foundation Communities, the nonprofit that I worked for, we were the single largest private owner of solar in the city of Austin. And that required a lot of work and a lot of partnership with the city, in particular around some code-related issues. On the energy code side and on the building code side, in terms of, for example, well, I'll get to it in a second. So in Austin, we were fortunate to have the history of the Austin Energy Green Building Program. AEGB in many ways was actually the foundation upon which USGBC was founded, and that the LEED program was developed. So it was the first municipal green building program in the country of any sort of scale, and really set the platform for that. And so the city has the benefit of the push that the green building program has had on the city overall for the last I don't know how long it's been now, since 1991 or so. So however many years that is. And so the energy code in particular is heavily driven, it has a heavier focus on innovation and conservation than most municipal city codes. And Austin is a state, and this is actually a point here, I think, is a difference between Virginia and Texas. So if I understand it correctly, as I'm new to Virginia, in Virginia, we have the state energy code, and municipalities are not allowed to actually alter that code. They can't implement, for example, they can't institute the 2018 IECC instead of what was adopted by the state. In Texas, that's different. You do have a statewide energy code, but each municipality also has the ability to go above and beyond that if they choose to do so. And I think that that's actually a really important tool, because there are cities who want to be on that cutting edge and make a difference. Further than that, this is a slide deck from Austin Energy, which is also municipally owned utility, so there's a little bit more flexibility there too. But this is in 2016, so they're just about to adopt the 2015 IECC. But in addition, they always layer on some additional municipal specific local amendments that typically increase 10 to 15% the efficiency levels over the existing IECC. And that is largely driven in part in partnership with the Austin Energy Green Building Program and the experiences they have had over the previous 20 or so years. So that is a significant driver in terms of how effectively, in particular, low-income communities can be affected by the changes in building code, and I'll make that point at the very end. Another innovation that's starting relatively recently, and this is taking effect in 2017, is a requirement that all buildings, residential or commercial, have some percentage of their roof dedicated to the capacity for solar. Doesn't mean they have to do solar, but if they choose to do so, or the ownership changes in the future, that they have planned for it, so that when you're putting your transformers on your roof, or you're thinking about your plumbing stacks, you are laying them out with some thought, so that you have as much open area as you can for the deployment of solar in the future. And that's a future planning, and it's actually not that hard. It's just that people don't do it unless they know they're going to do solar, or unless they're told to do it, which is the point here. I will say that I think that fresh air, so ASHRAE 62.2 in the residential sector and ASHRAE 62.1 in the commercial sector, is the pivot point for me around where there's a challenge between existing energy codes, healthy interior environments, mold mitigation and moisture control, cost. It all kind of comes together around the fresh air strategies. And Austin is a hot, humid climate, just like a lot of Virginia is. So the challenges of threading that needle I don't think any of us really actually have it right yet. And I think there's still a lot of disagreement, even within ASHRAE, but certainly outside of ASHRAE too, about what the right balance is. And there's a lot of criticism about ASHRAE's current approach. I'm not going to get into that right now. But I think this is a real focus point, in my opinion, of where there needs to be more intentionality, particularly in the Virginia region. And then codes are what they are, and I assume that I haven't been through a building process yet here in Virginia, but I'm assuming it's similar. The reviewers and the code is one side of it, the inspectors are the other. So not having alignment between what the reviewers and the code says and what the expectation is from the inspector side, oftentimes I found that to be a more significant breakdown in communication than anything else. And I show this little image, and I guess you can't really see it very well. There's a little panel right here, which is an access panel for the HVAC equipment. This is a picture of an interior unit of a supportive housing unit. So it's a small efficiency unit for extremely low-income individuals. That's the basic layout. But we were doing VRF, which is variable refrigerant flow, which is sort of a very efficient form of a mini split. And we had very significant breakdowns between what the city had approved and what the inspector wanted to see that had tremendous cost implications and time loss implications for what we were trying to do. And so that's, in my opinion, that's another pinch point for where there's opportunity for making it easier to innovate, is when you have that alignment between inspectors and code officials. This is a property in where we actually tried to deploy solar for the first time, not in the big area, the common area uses, which we had historically done, but we were actually trying to provide solar for each individual tenant, each individual resident apartment. And the code, as it was structured then, made that extraordinarily difficult. And it was a combination of code plus utility. And it would have been tremendously easier if we could have installed, let's just say, a large 100 kilowatt array, and on the billing side, allocated 1 kilowatt of consumption to each of those tenant bills. But instead, we had to wire each of those 1 kilowatt arrays, and the numbers aren't exactly right, but 1 kilowatt arrays down to each individual apartment. And in a multifamily context, that ended up adding about a 20 to 25% cost addition to the solar that we were trying to deploy. So it had big cost implications. And probably will never do it again because it was so challenging. So that's another way that I see that there's opportunity to align policy, codes, and get private entities involved, i.e. Dominion in our particular case, to think about ways of doing things flexibly. Another example of this, on the solar side again, so this building was another supportive housing community. And it was the first time that the utility allowed us to go above essentially a 20 kilowatt installation. And up until that point, essentially when you net meter a solar array, you essentially, what you're doing is if you're producing more at a given time than you're using, the utility pays you back because you're putting energy into the grid. And there was a policy change, and again, this is the relation between policy and code. There was a policy change that required Austin Energy to raise that cap from a 20 kilowatt array up to 200 kilowatts, which meant for the first time we could actually start deploying large-scale solar in a way that we could start to approach net zero. Because up until that point, it wasn't cost-effective to do so without that net metering flexibility. The last point I'll make is that I added equity. It's not just innovation and code in my mind, it's equity as well. And I say that because that initial comment I made about the alignment of affordability and serving low-income families and the cost of energy, the alignment of durability, all those things. If we maintain codes that are 3 or sometimes 6 years, I'm talking about the energy code in particular, that are sometimes 6 years behind the times, the people who are going to feel that most are the low-income communities. They're the folks who are most impacted because they're not going to get anything better than the baseline code. So one way to address issues of equity in the future, and particularly energy equity, is to raise the baseline code. So that's my pitch.
Thank you very much, Sunshine. Just to explain briefly, we had a third speaker who had a last-minute conflict. His name was Craig Drumheller of the National Association of Home Builders. So we are very lucky in his place to have Phil Hull, who is the Director of Community Housing Partners Energy Solutions Training Center. Phil is not going to have a presentation, but I asked Phil, and he graciously agreed to be on the committee, on the panel, so he could give us a perspective from, with your questions in terms of building performance especially. So thank you, Phil, for being here. And the way we'll do questions is I have the microphone here. I can bring it around if anyone in the audience has questions. I also have some questions that I want to ask as well to kind of grease the wheels a little bit. But does anybody have questions? Should we start?
I think I'm loud enough.
Okay.
My question is this. With the container home you have downstairs, it's getting ready to be placed on every street here in Richmond. That is fully already code compliant.
Yes, the container home, although it was built in Idaho, was inspected to meet Virginia codes by an approved third-party compliance assurance agency that's approved by DHCD in Virginia. So they did the inspections in the factory, and once it met code, then they put a Virginia registration seal on that unit.
So that's the only place right now where Virginia can buy the home.
Well, I guess I always like to say you can really build a home out of just about anything, and that kind of gets into the alternative methods and materials. This one was a little bit unique because it was factory built, so they built, they concealed the walls and cooked everything in the factory so it could be put together just like a modular house would be in the field. So it did have to be approved in the factory and inspected, but somebody today could buy a container and build a building out of it. They're doing, I think there's a couple in Chesterfield right now where they're building some restaurants out of shipping containers. It can be done now. This is just the first one that I'm aware of that's been an industrialized or factory-built container home that's come to Virginia.
I will say in addition though that any sort of factory-based manufacturing, when it gets deployed, it has to be third-party inspected in the factory in general. So it's not just the container homes, but if you're doing panelized housing construction or anything along those lines, you still have to be inspected in the factory to local standards.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just had a couple interesting thoughts. So you said recognizing panelized construction in the codes. To my knowledge, we've been building with that for quite a while, and like SIPs panels and things like that. What are some of the new considerations, I guess?
This was specifically in the industrialized building safety regulations for Virginia. So the way it was, seemed to be a little outdated because most of the manufacturers that are delivering to Virginia right now are doing the box style, and we hadn't really had any panelized, modular or industrialized yet. But like I said, I was talking to a newer company out in California that's starting up some big plants, and they said they were going to be bringing some work to Virginia, and looking at the codes, we saw that there could be some challenges there, fitting the fee schedules and seal requirements and things like that, because it was all kind of focused on your typical box that we were used to seeing. So we just made sure that we incorporated that into the industrialized building regulations to make that process a little easier.
Yeah. What are some of the key considerations with the tiny homes, I guess, as it relates to codes? I mean, there's a tiny homes distributor right there in Christiansburg, just down from our office. I see them selling these little homes. And so what are some of the biggest differences, I guess?
Right. Well, there's basically what I call two different kinds of tiny homes. You have a tiny home that is a single-family dwelling that's built to code, and then you can have a tiny home that's portable, transportable maybe on a trailer with a tag, and it's looked at more like a recreational vehicle. So a lot of the tiny homes you see like on TV, I like watching those shows. I think they're pretty cool. They do some really neat stuff, but a lot of stuff they do doesn't meet building code. A lot of spacing and headroom and egress requirements, and there's just a lot of things that aren't going to prescriptively meet building code. So obviously you could use a code modification to try to work with some of those things and probably come up with something pretty close. And you could work within the code right now and build everything at the minimum sizes and probably build a single family, maybe 300 or 400 square feet but it's probably not going to look just like one of those tiny homes you see on TV.
I have a quick question. What does the USBC mean here?
I'm sorry, I use acronyms all the time in building code world. That's the Uniform Statewide Building Code. So when I reference that, I'm talking about Virginia's building code. Apologize for that.
Anyone else with a question for the panel?
Yeah, so this question is just about the use of more, I guess, not, it's traditional but non-traditional to the building code, but using natural materials like straw bale, for example. Is that currently, has it ever been done in Richmond, or is it acceptable in Virginia?
Yes, I don't know of any in the Richmond area, but I think there have been some straw bale homes done in Virginia, and they do. It's like I said, it's not a prescriptive method like we would normally see, but you'd be surprised at how they perform. Even fire tests, you think straw is going to burn really quick, but the way they construct the walls, they actually have a lot higher rating than a regular wood frame house would. So yes, they can be done currently under the code. I'm seeing, recently I saw one of tires, made of tires, filled with concrete and covered in stucco. So there's a lot of things we can do right now in the code that we have.
A lot of people doing that up in Charlottesville when I was building up in Charlottesville. The tires, that was the basis for Dave Matthews Band. I think it was called the Mothership kind of construction or something like that. And that was really, really interesting. And then straw bale, and then a mixture of straw and clay, which was interesting as well. Any other questions? All right, I have a couple of questions for the panel. Earlier we heard Deb Sheehan talking about this gofetchcode.com. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on that and what the implications of that could be for the market, could be for people, you know, possibly taking code into their own hands in some ways, or maybe it also, the other side is that people are better educated and understand, and it makes us able to work with code more easily and possibly then be able to you know, shape it in different ways. And I wonder if the panel has any thoughts on that.
My only quick 2 cents is that it's the first time I'd seen that reference. That was new to me as well. But I think any tool that helps provide transparency into what otherwise seems like a giant black box, I think is a good thing. I think the jury's probably out still on how effective a tool it is, say for the layperson who's maybe trying to build a straw bale home or something. I don't know how effective that would be. But for folks who are, you know, sort of geeky about codes and want to understand what that is, I think it's probably a really powerful tool. But I have not explored it yet, so I haven't, you know, other than that, it's...
I tried to, and it looks proprietary. You have to download software, and you have to, you know, but I tried to do it kind of quickly on my phone, you know, earlier today. Okay, any other thoughts from the panelists on that, or?
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard of it as well, but I mean, I know that in our world of weatherization, building science training, I mean, we find that whenever you can get something on this device right here and they can take it in the field, you know, I mean, if they're out there in the field and they run across something and like, oh, is this going to work? You know, are they going to run back to the office and dig the books off the shelf and thumb through it? You know, where if they can say, hey, code book, is this, you know, blah, blah, maybe that will help them maybe not have so many misses, I guess, so to speak, because they have the information right at their fingertips. So, but how well it works is, like I said, to see. But it's a great idea, you know, if they can research right there in the field. I would say it would help you guys, but if it's
All right,
accurate.
so I missed that conversation earlier, but so you said it's go fetch code?
Yes, and I think some of the implications that the speaker had or thought were the implications of it. It's artificial intelligence that's basically sourcing all different types of codes and has it at your fingertips, and it can apply it probably increasingly in a real-time setting as you're designing, as you're working through with information modeling, other ways that, you know, designers are trying to kind of automate and now make it something that can even easily go into the factory setting and manufacture. But I think part of the implication that she said was that this is going to, some of the role of designers and engineers is to make sure that we're meeting code, that this might actually bypass some of that process, and that's what she thought some of the implications were.
I will add, historically, long ago when we, look at maybe a single family home, maybe back in the 70s and 80s when the first codes came out, they were very prescriptive. So they tell you, you use a 2x10 floor joist and it can span this many feet. And it kind of tells you step by step how to build a house. But as we get new technology and new materials, the codes are switching gears, and while there is still more prescriptive stuff in there, especially in the residential code, that's why the code books are getting so big, we're also having a lot of performance stuff built in there so that you can say, it has to meet, the floor has to hold this much weight, have to be able to support this live load. And then that kind of opens the door that if, as long as you have a material that meets the minimum performance requirements, it can be used. Now, that's good because it opens up some doors, but it also makes it much more complex. I know when I first started doing inspections 15 years ago, you pull out the book and, kind of walk yourself through the house. Now you're going online, you're looking up, manufacturers' data sheets for all these new products, and it's a lot of information out there. It is great, but it does take a lot of learning and a lot of research to keep up with everything. And as far as the codes, we don't have any artificial intelligence, but we do. We do have a contract where every time we, adopt a new set of codes, we pay for a subscription that's made it for the public. So if you go on our website, we've got a link to all the Virginia code books, every one of them, so anybody can access that. All the inspectors, any contractor, homeowner, if they're wanting to kind of explore in there, do their own construction, all that's available for free online.
So before that last comment, it's almost like the more information we have, the more possibility of misapplying the information, and you're right, having to be able to figure out how to apply it correctly, which gets into building performance in many ways, and that's where the performance-based code seems to also be trying to work with, how we've changed our energy code and all the different ways we're looking at housing.
Well, like you said, I think you try to be flexible, like you say, with the code language, but then it opens up to subjectivity, which can be interesting, and training and understanding the codes and the changes and all that is very tricky. I had some, not to throw them under the bus, but we had some code officials at our training center one time. When I say subjectivity in the code, it's when there's some language in there and some of the IECC adoptions, around visual inspections, and we were looking at some things, and like some ductwork, for example, at one point, and we had about 10 different explanations as to what would pass and what wouldn't. And so the language in there is flexible, but sometimes maybe too flexible, like you're saying. And the prescriptive method was really nice, but it's that finding that balance, I think, is part of the challenge.
Helps what to expect and what you're working with.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's on that same issue. Question.
Revealing the depth of my ignorance about this whole thing. But if you have approved a manufactured building, does that have to happen for every unit, or is it now any manufactured home coming from that particular site would be approved? It's about replicating just what you're talking about. How in the world is a local building official handling that kind of workload?
Yeah, well, for that example, a factory-built home, it comes with a Virginia seal on it. So that tells the building official when it shows up that it's already been inspected and it meets code. And that's why we're the only ones that have those seals, so we kind of audit and oversee that process through wherever it might be in the country.
So subsequent units will also carry that seal?
Yeah, every one of them will get their own individual seal.
But to be clear, I think what your question is, each time they get an individual seal, they have to be inspected individually.
Yes, yes, it's a multi-layered oversight, so there may not be an inspector that stands over every single unit. If it's the same unit that's being built multiple times in a factory, he may not be there to see every step of the process, but they've got a QA person at the plant that's been approved, and our third party has approved their QA manual. And then he's overseeing them, so he'll spot check them, he'll go up and down the line. So he might not catch every single one of them, but when he does catch something, he'll go back with them and check the other units before they go out. And then we go behind them and we'll show up and do an audit on all their third-party records. So it's multi-layered, but it's not like a single-family dwelling where the inspector has to look at everything before it's covered up. Since it's a factory built and they're doing multiple ones, it's not every single piece that's looked at.
All right, this is the part in class where I call on students because they're not asking enough questions. Anybody?
Hi, I was just wondering, what type of consideration do you give to cost impacts on new code changes? Say, for example, increasing R values in walls. Technology hasn't gotten there with insulation to where we can fit it in a 2x4 wall. Now we've got a frame with 2x6s. And that's going to have a huge impact on the homeowners when they go to purchase a home. So how do you guys decide if the regulation is worth the impact it'll have on the sales price?
All right, so I'll have to kind of go back, and I'd like to explain a little bit on Virginia's code development process, because every state's a little bit different. In Virginia, our code development process is heavily stakeholder driven. So our agency facilitates the process, but we don't typically have a position or make decisions as staff on any of the code changes. What we do is we allow anybody in the world can submit a code change, and we bring all the stakeholders together and vet each individual code change. And if there's consensus, it means everybody kind of agrees that it's a good change. We put it in one box. If there's some opposition or disagreement on it, we put it in another box. And part of that is cost consideration. So any proposal that's submitted, you have to provide a cost impact statement. Another piece to that is at the national level, every code change that goes into the national codes is looked at for cost impact. So a lot of the changes that we're implementing are coming straight from the national code, where that's already been discussed and reviewed at least once. And so our Board of Housing and Community Development ultimately makes the decisions on any code changes. And so after all the stakeholders have looked at it, we give them kind of a report and all of the code changes, and we let them know this list here, every stakeholder agreed to it. And this list here, there was some opposition to these, and then they'll look at those typically individually and make a decision at that point.
Let me follow up on that just for a second too. I'm going to go back, since I have my slide deck up here still. For this 10 to 15% improvement, I didn't include it in the slides, but the next slide in the slide deck would have been the cost impact of that. So in this particular example, that 10 to 15% improvement, they estimate to be about a $350 cost in a typical single-family home. So they're very cognizant, like, as they think through what those improvements are, they're very cognizant of cost, and it's a comprehensive thought process. I will say, just in response, and I'm not trying to be counter to what you're saying, but I think one of the challenges is that homeowners and renters are not typically the folks who are involved in the stakeholder process, not because they couldn't be, just because they don't necessarily know that process exists. And I mean, there may be some representation from groups, but I do think that's one of the missing components oftentimes from conversations like this.
My question, and I apologize, I missed your name, I came in late, but you had mentioned in Virginia, we obviously have the statewide building code, which applies across the state. In Texas, you've got the statewide building code, but then local amendments that are adopted per that locality's wishes and hopes. I'm just curious, in Virginia, one of the things that we love about our code, or we think that works well, is that there's some predictability and a level playing field across the state, and that builders know what to expect, that you don't have to go into a different locality and try to reinvent the wheel. Has that been an issue in Texas across localities where you see builders focusing on one jurisdiction and then kind of barriers to entry in other localities, or has it been pretty conducive? Have folks been able to figure it out?
Yeah, there's two-part answer. One part is that I think there are differences in localities, but I actually don't think the adoption of building codes is the reason for it. I think that actually, if you're going to all of a sudden, have a municipality who historically has followed the state code and then all of a sudden makes a shift, yeah, that you're going to have some disruption there. But because, just using Austin as an example, it's always sort of been ahead of the curve. People have known that and have lined up with that accordingly. The bigger issue is the cost of permitting. more than anything, like if you're in Dallas, they implemented an expedited review program where essentially, and this isn't applicable to a single-family homeowner or a single-family developer, but it does to large tract development, or it does to large commercial development or resident or multifamily development. They have an expedited review process now where you pay $1,000 an hour and you sit down 8 a.m. and you walk out 5 p.m. with approved plans, because you have every single reviewer around the table with you and you go through the process. And that is, that's brilliant. And in Austin, that's not the case. It's typically 12 to 18 months for a site plan, and it's 9 to 12 months for a building plan. And that's where the cost difference is more than anything. It's not the building codes themselves, it's how the processes of getting approval, honestly.
We have time for one more question? All right, then I guess I'll have the final question. And I'll start with Sunshine, but anybody else in the panel who feels like chiming in, please do. So we've kind of, you talked about the living building challenge. I think it's fair to say that energy code has probably taken the largest had the largest changes in it over the last 10 years across the code. I mean, there have been a lot of changes, but energy code has changed a lot. If you look at the living building challenge as this kind of lead on steroids, is there anything that you kind of have learned from that tells us where code might be going? Where we, and then to make that larger to the panel, where do we have room for innovation moving forward in the code, and where do you think we'll see it?
Interesting question. I think there is clear value as we look to the future of climate change, as we look to the future of increasing energy costs. I think there is clear value in planning for easy access to being net zero energy or even net positive energy. So from that perspective, the Living Building Challenge, I think, is on the right path. And is probably not that far out ahead of where we maybe will be, but certainly should be in some near term, 5 to 10 years. On the Living Building Challenge, on the water code side, the plumbing code, I think there are some lessons learned there, but I actually think it's always going to be on the bleeding edge relative to where. So for example, that example I gave of treating water to potable standards in a commercial context, I think even the Living Building Challenge team is recognizing that there are some things that it's actually better to do at the scale of a group of buildings rather than single individual buildings. And so thinking more, maybe not so much at the scale of full municipalities. Like there are probably some hybrid in between scales that make the most sense, both environmentally, cost-wise, and for the purposes of sustaining the planet over the long term. So on the energy side, I think there's a clear path to achieving and aiming for net zero. On the water side, I think it's less clear, but there's still opportunity for working.
I just have one question for Sunshine. The development in Austin.
What's that?
The development you presented in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
Is that a low-income housing tax credit or private?
Yeah, everything I showed up there is affordable housing leverage using low-income housing tax credits, which is a primary funding mechanism for affordable housing nationwide, including here in Virginia.
Jeff and Phil, any thoughts on the future of code and where we're going to see innovation or the need for innovation?
Future code innovation. Being in the building science industry, I know that, like I said, the energy efficiency code has probably been where the biggest challenges have been as far as getting commitment from builders, educating them, getting buy-in. But, it's not difficult. The changes haven't been difficult. I think it's just a matter of getting buy-in and educating them appropriately. One of the biggest things that are changing right now, and that will take effect here in just a couple months, is duct testing here in Virginia. Blower door testing has been an option as well as a visual inspection, and I think that those are good. Those are good prescriptive things that we can compare house A to house B. Like we talked about before, with the subjectivity, when you have you can either visually inspect the ductwork or you can test it. Where you have 10 people standing around a section of ductwork and 5 of them say, yeah, that passes no, yes, no, yes, no. You say, well, I'm going to build in your county, not build in your county, And they kind of like, whoa, wait a second, we just got thrown on the spot here. But when you test with the device, then you can. There's no subjectivity. There's like, hey, you passed or you didn't. Just like you pressure test plumbing in your house. So pressure testing houses for building leakage is a great direction that we have wanted to see in the building science industry for a number of years, and have been doing in the weatherization industry for 30 plus years. But it comes with challenges too, and that's one of the things that I think we're going to have to keep in mind. Sometimes talking about ASHRAE 622, that's the biggest challenge with tightening up buildings is that second piece, and that's education. Like we were talking about earlier, understanding that house as a system. Tightening up that house is actually not that hard, especially just with the change in building materials over the last 5 to 10, even 15, 20 years. Houses are getting tighter naturally without even having to do much else. But it's controlling that moisture and verifying indoor air quality. That second piece that a lot of our industry is still lacking in knowledge and understanding, and maybe even cost-effective means to do so. Even though those devices like the ERVs and HRVs have come way down in the last 5 years and become smaller, and even affordable housing builders like Habitat for Humanity are using them on every house now because they're just the way to go. But those are some of the things to consider. I mean, I guess as far as innovative, I don't know.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah. It's one of our futures.
What about, I know somewhere, just a question for the state representative from the state government. I know in Portland, in Oregon, there is a provision to allow wood frame buildings, for high rise. And is that being considered as a future innovation in Virginia?
Yeah, we've definitely been keeping an eye on that as it's been going on at the national level. Looks like some of those changes got approved going to the 2018 codes. We haven't had any specific amendments put in to get them in Virginia codes right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, that debate happened at the national level and got approved. So I think we'll see them. I think there are actually a couple of buildings in Virginia that might be building high-rise out of heavy timber using code modifications and that sort of stuff before we get into those future codes where they're specifically recognized. But that's definitely something we've been keeping an eye on. It is a renewable resource. Fire tests show that it performs equivalent or better than steel structures and concrete structures. So I think there's definitely some possibilities there for that. I was going to highlight real quick. They hit on energy code and air quality and those things. I think we've definitely seen a lot of innovation, a lot of focus the last several years, and gone from like here to up here, especially in Virginia. But one thing I keep seeing and thinking of is with the labor shortages that we're having right now in the field, that I think we're going to see a lot more factory built or off-site construction, if not whole houses, parts of houses. We see a lot of trusses and engineered floor joists and that sort of stuff, but I think we'll see a whole lot more parts of houses maybe being built in the factory off-site and kind of pieced together out in the field.
So that would be the issuance of modification section of the code that we'd see a lot more people working within that area to try to make sure that they can get the houses inspected and out on site or analyze pieces, things like that.
Sure. Well, those would typically be, inspected in the factory. As far as using something like heavy timber, you know, like the gentleman here was talking about, right now that could be done through a code modification. Somebody could take those same testing reports that have been showed at the national level and show that it performs just as well as a prescribed building, and use that to, you know, discuss with the building official using that technology.
All right, please join me in thanking our panel.
In just a couple of minutes, so come on in, sit down. Get the folks in the hall in here. If you're in the Indie Dwell house, come on out.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Bob asked me to come on up and get it started here. We still got the folks in the innovation lab and in the halls, but we're gonna kick off the closing plenary here. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm the director of the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, and I just want to start by saying a big kudos to VHDA, Susan, Kit, their leadership, Housing Virginia, and also Andrew McCoy and the Center for Research at Virginia Tech. You know, it's an innovative topic, and they really brought a way to change a conference platform that we were used to the normal conference. They've really made a way to make this innovative, and everyone's been, you feel the energy in the room and the excitement, so I want to give them a round of applause together. My main purpose here is to introduce our last speaker, who's going to have a very interesting topic for us. Before we get into that, I'm just asked just to say a few words on the administration's work in the building technology space. We're really fortunate in Virginia to have so many great research institutions that are looking at this topic. Virginia Tech has obviously been a huge part of this conference, but also at the end of the last administration, there was a study looking at our housing challenges in the Commonwealth. And at the end of that study, really, there were several challenges and ways and opportunities to meet our affordable housing challenge in our state. And one of those ways that came out of that was building technology. Building technology is one of the solutions. So we're really excited that today people across the Commonwealth are thinking about ways to bring that to fruition. Governor Northam put forward Executive Order 25, focused on addressing Virginia's unmet housing challenges. And really in that, there's three main priorities: increased permanent supportive housing, reducing the rate of evictions in the Commonwealth, and just addressing the shortage of affordable housing statewide. Building technology and innovation is a solution, one of the solutions that can really help in all of those, and in many other ways to address affordable housing. We had at our agency, we're really excited about the building code process and what we can do to try to be entrepreneurial in government, to look at codes and how we can be open to new ideas and be open to new ways of construction. The HDA's team did an excellent job working with IndieDwell, bringing the great house you have behind you, and it really helped push us as an agency to look through that code process and how we can be open to making those kind of things happen quickly. So, in the future, I encourage anyone here who saw some of that construction piece and said, hey, there's a barrier, or a technology barrier in Virginia that we need to look at, because our code process is well underway. We're looking at resiliency, we're looking at tiny homes, we're looking at new types of construction, and looking at how we really, at the end of the day, improve the amount of affordable housing, increase the amount of affordable housing across the Commonwealth. People like you in the room are going to get it done. I'll end with saying, before introducing, is that, you know, we think of entrepreneurs as the backbone of our economy, and they really are the backbone of economic growth. But I also know that many of you in the world are from the private sector, many of you from nonprofit and the public sector. In all of our sectors, we need to be entrepreneurial in looking at building technology and innovation so we can actually address the affordable housing shortage. There's not enough public dollars, there's not enough compromise right now on land use that's going to solve all those challenges. We need to be thinking about how to lower production costs. So we're really excited about the leadership of this conference, and very excited to turn to our last speaker of the day to wrap up before the upcoming happy hour. Jennifer Watson-Roberts is a former mayor of Charlotte and a lifelong champion of issues related to education and equality. She's currently the director of the Communities Program at Eco America, a national nonprofit organization that seeks to build institutional leadership, public support, and political will for climate solutions. During her tenure as mayor, the City of Charlotte set a goal of funding 5,000 affordable housing units over 3 years and is currently on track to exceed that goal. Roberts has worked as a diplomat for the State Department, as an international banker, and as an adjunct professor at UNC Charlotte. She also was a high school math teacher. Roberts is a proud recipient of the Maya Angelou Women Who Lead Award, the National Association of Women Business Owners Public Policy Leader of the Year Award, and the Equality North Carolina's Ally of the Year Award. She and her husband Manly live in Charlotte, but they can usually be found on the weekends hiking the North Carolina mountains, and we'll get to those Virginia mountains too. So come on up.
I'm taking this off. Good afternoon, and boy, you guys have given me like the highest ladder to climb and the pole vault to do, because I don't know how many of you were in the Pechacucha presentation. I was so impressed. You guys are innovative, creative, amazing, and dedicated to making the world better. So I'm really impressed. I'm very honored to be the cleanup batter here. Standing between you and your cocktail hour. Oh my gosh. So, you know, I should probably do a flip off the stage or something, but don't worry, I won't. So, I kind of titled my thing, Innovation at Work. I don't know if you noticed, I put the words outside of the box. What I want to talk about are big picture ideas, and then some really exciting, cool stuff that's going on. And one of the things that's great about, let's see if my clicker works. Yay! So one of the things that's great about being a mayor is that you get to kind of see everything at once and how everything connects. One of the biggest challenges is breaking down these things, silos. So we have all of our structures organized. We have our city departments and our county departments, and they're all in these great big silos. We tried when I was mayor to even get the environment committee of the city and the environment committee of the county to meet on the same day. Couldn't make it happen. So one of the things that we need to do is look at how everything intersects, how all these things work together to make our environment, to try to help create more housing for folks. These are some of the challenges we have. Our demographics, and I'm going to talk about each one of these quickly. I learned 20-80, I've got to do 20% of my time on the problem, 80% on the solution. So I'm going to speak quickly. So we know we have an aging population. We know that we have opportunity challenges. We have income disparities. We have transportation issues. We have urbanization. We have climate impacts. I'm going to talk a lot about that. But we have also sustainability and innovation that's going to help us with all these. Now these are stats from Mecklenburg County, but they apply across the country. Our senior population is going to double. We see that here in Virginia. We know that our population is more diverse. We have more immigrants. We have patterns changing. We have more ethnic groups that are living in the United States than there were 20, 30 years ago. We also know we have this opportunity challenge. I heard this in one of our sessions. We know the southeastern part of the United States is the most challenged area for people born in poverty to rise out of poverty. So all that dark red area in the southeast, that is where people who are born in the bottom 20%, if their family's in the bottom 20% of earnings, the chance they have of climbing to the top 20%, about 4%. Now, the biggest part, the most helpful part of the country is only 10%. It's pretty bad for our whole country, right? But it's the most challenging in the southeast. So that's part of the environment that we have for housing. This is actually a really cool website. If you haven't been to the opportunityatlas.org, anybody visited this website? This is actually Richmond. I pulled up Richmond, and you can see the darker, the blue-green area is the higher income. The deep red is the lower income. So the east side, you've got the east end, I guess, that has challenges, and then you have some of the higher income areas, the Fan District, the west end. We see the same thing in cities around the country. We know that there are pockets of poverty we still have to try to overcome. But this atlas will be really interesting if you want to take a look at how your city compares. This again is a Charlotte-Mecklenburg stats, but it applies across the country. The top line is rent. The bottom line is median income. We know that rents and income are diverging. And this is true in Virginia, it's true around the country. We know all the reasons. We have stagnant wages, we have automation, we have fewer service jobs. There are a lot of things in the big picture that are making this happen. And the red bars on the bottom are housing, the median housing prices. This is home ownership. And we know that home ownership is falling. This chart ends in 2016, but we know that line has not turned around yet. There are a lot of reasons for that. There are a lot of demographic reasons, but again, it's part of the challenge. One thing we looked at in Charlotte, we looked at where people live and where they work. And so the blue areas are where people live. The green areas are where hourly workers work. Our airport is one of them on the west side, one of those big green areas. We also have shopping centers. We have our university area up in the northeast. But you can see that where low-income workers can afford to live is not near where they work. So again, trying to think big picture, it's not just housing, it's also transportation. Where are your bus routes? Where are those transit corridors? Where is it easy for people to get to where they work? Okay, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about one more challenge we have, and that is climate uncertainty. We know the globe is warming, we know that sea levels are rising. These are things scientists all agree on. This is actually a picture of Houston, but these are pictures of Virginia. And we have Norfolk and Hampton Roads, Hurricane Matthew not too long ago. If you can see in the right-hand picture, that's a gas station that got flooded. What happens when gas stations get flooded? You get oil slick, you get gasoline. That travels down the roads, that travels into homes. The pollution is part of the challenge of climate change. These are in areas of Virginia that are not coastal, Lynchburg and Roanoke. So again, those folks who live in the mountains who think, oh, climate change isn't going to affect me, it is. And how does that impact housing? We know that real estate values in some of these flooded areas are going down, which means city and county tax bases are going down, which means there's even less money to try to help support affordable housing. It means that there are people who cannot return to their homes. And this is a big issue in North Carolina. You know, we're right next door. We have a big coastline as well. This is a picture of a house in New Bern, a coastal town in North Carolina. Public housing. There was no money from FEMA to repair the housing. The floodwaters, if you see, they went up like 8 feet. They went in total and the first floor of these apartments. You can see the drywall is put outside to try to pull that out. People are still living in this apartment complex. That gentleman there is still squatting. There's no electricity and no water, but there's nowhere else to go. I talked to someone from one of our counties. They lost 1,700 students from their school district since October. What happens then is then the state pulls money from that school district because it follows the students. They disperse throughout our state. But now we have families who are suffering trauma and a lack of housing. So we have mental health issues that go along with the housing issues. So all these factors, the big picture of everything intersecting, we've got to look at smart land use, we've got to look at transit, we've got to look at all these intersectional factors, we've got to look at innovation. all these things have to come together. Okay, now comes the good part. Now that everybody's depressed, and you all live this, you know this every time, every day. We have this great thing called the Metropolitan Revolution, where we have all these innovative people. We heard them all today in the Pachacuti presentation. We have all these innovative folks who are flocking to cities and urban areas and helping with creativity, with problem solving. And so these new revolutionaries are talented, collaborative. They are looking at transformational infrastructure. They are fostering ecosystems that connect business, universities, labor, government. They're looking at breaking down those silos. And we do things like create innovation districts to help foster that. In Charlotte, they just created what's called the Innovation Barn. They're working on a circular economy. So they're going to foster new companies that source the materials and sell the materials in Charlotte in a circular way so that nothing actually leaves the community. They already have some companies who are doing that, recycling plastic, recycling wood, making products to sell right back into the same community. So this is the kind of innovation that we're seeing. So how does this apply to housing? I was wondering, when should I get to the housing part? So there are cool things going on. If you want to like watch a cool website and just watch a robot build a house, you can go to, there are several companies, Icon, New Story, S-Squared Construction. These are all companies experimenting with 3D printed homes. And there actually are some prototypes in Austin, Texas. They're also using this in developing countries. But they are actually, a robot builds the home. Now, some of the pieces are not 3D printed. Like some of the metal piecing, the plumbing, the wiring, you still have to have some folks help with that. But the basic structure of the house is built with a 3D printer. Pretty darn amazing. Just go to one of those company sites and you'll see it is just really cool. There are other places. Fannie Mae, I know you heard somebody speak from Fannie Mae. They issued what's called the Innovation Challenge for Affordable Housing, trying to help break down silos. And this is one thing funders can do. They can require things to help you do the right thing. So their first challenge was to look at how do we connect employment and housing. So they did what's called the West Denver Renaissance Collaborative, where they got different city departments to speak together. They got the zoning to speak to the building inspection, to speak to the construction industry. All of them got together and they made it very easy for families who wanted to stay in their homes where it was gentrifying. The expenses were going up. They didn't have a home that was built to actually rent a room out like they might be able to do if they had a separate. So they would build an accessory dwelling unit in the same property, you don't have any more land requirement, but the city helped work with the construction industry to cut the price of building a new one in half. It went from $200,000 to $100,000, right? Even less than that in certain areas. And the city had low interest loans to help people put these on their property. They speeded up permitting, which also adds to the cost. They got the permitting down, they worked with construction, they got the zoning to allow it, because some parts of Denver did not allow for ADUs. And if you look at I can't read it from back there, but the website is actually in Spanish and English. They're looking at every community where they might be able to put an ADU to help stay in their home, to create more housing on land that's already there. And they're training workers to build the ADU. So they're going to Goodwill. They're working with some of those areas, the Urban League, to try to find people who are underemployed, who are out of employment, to help train them to build these ADUs. So they're connecting employment and housing and helping people stay in their housing. So it's a really cool, it's one of the many grants that Fannie Mae has issued. The second round cycle of Fannie Mae for innovation was to connect housing and health. And we heard that absolutely healthcare works much better if you have stable housing. So this is a really cool one. And if If you look up Vertical Harvest in Jackson, Wyoming, they took an old parking lot, made a vertical greenhouse where they're growing 10 acres of food on 1/5 of an acre. And not only that, they're also employing some of the hardest part of our community to employ people who are disabled. And it is amazing to hear how the health has improved for these folks. There's one of the women has spina bifida, and she used to go to the doctor every week. When she started working in this greenhouse and seeing things grow and getting fresh vegetables and being productive, she hasn't been to the doctor in 6 months, which is pretty amazing. I mean, the stories that I've heard from this and how this connects to housing. Vertical Harvest just got a Fannie Mae grant to put a vertical greenhouse right next to a low-income housing unit in Chicago. Imagine, they're going to grow fresh vegetables 12 months of the year as a greenhouse in cold Chicago. They do it right now in Jackson, Wyoming, also pretty snowy and cold. 12 months a year, fresh food, employment, better health, and a sense of community. And I know many of you work in community gardens. This whole concept of vertical farming is just really cool. Here's another example of a community that wanted freestanding homes, but also to be sustainable, thinking about how do we make sustainability part of our everyday. We know that greenhouse gases, buildings contribute a huge proportion of greenhouse gases. So in Moab, Utah, they have developed houses that are 100% natural. Local materials, straw and mud, and they mix the concrete. They're powered with solar energy. And this is actually a 3-bedroom house that costs less than $70,000 to build. They train students at the university to be part of the construction. They actually have volunteers do part of it as well. It's all part of the cost and part of the volunteer labor. But now they have plans to do what's called a living building. And a living building is one that is not just zero carbon, it's negative carbon, actually pulls carbon out of the atmosphere. It's energy positive, so it has enough of solar, wind, geothermal to actually contribute energy to the grid, and it's water neutral. So through rainwater and through other techniques, they want to have 2 of these living buildings in the next year. So if you want to, communityrebuilds.org, if you want to see how they're going to do the living buildings, visit that website. You'll get really energized. I'm going to go through the last innovations quickly because I think we wanted to ask a few questions. But these are homes that are in the living building portfolio where something is either it's energy neutral, water neutral. This is in Washington, D.C. 12 townhomes in a food desert. So what did they do? They integrated not just a community garden, but also a community vine, a whole network of how you can grow food right there in the housing. And that's for folks at 80% AMI. Here's one in Everett, Washington. Solar panels on top of multifamily. 100% clean energy. They don't take any fossil fuel energy to run this entire building. It is doable, it is possible, it's happening. And one of the things, in Charlotte we have a nonprofit called Crisis Assistance Ministry. All they do is lend money to people who can't pay their utility bills. So why would we not reduce people's utility bills to help reduce the cost of housing? It makes total sense. It's doable, it's affordable, and the technology is there. We also have Austin, Texas is doing quite a bit around that. Just to show you the price, this is for 60% AMI. Again, they're using natural lighting. You put in skylights, you reduce energy costs. There's so many things that are not just less expensive and more affordable, but they're better for the health of folks who are in those apartments and in those condos. I know you heard about complete streets. Again, thinking the big picture, it's not just the housing, the sustainability, it's also what is in front of the housing, it's the connection, the transportation. Complete streets that let you ride your bike or walk without being right next to a car. that include room for everyone. We know that bicycles are the most efficient form of transportation, and if there's room, people can commute that way, and again, save a whole lot of money. Cars are really expensive, so it's about looking at the big picture. It's about connecting all the dots. The last thing I want to tell you, here again are all the things that we talked about, the big picture, how everything fits together. It's not just housing, it's opportunity, it's employment, it's sustainability, it's resilience to the flooding we know, to the urban heat islands we know, looking at how we build our whole neighborhoods with trees, with density, and creating jobs. All those issues are part of looking at housing and looking at justice and looking at equity. The last thing I want to tell you, because I am with Eco America, and it's interesting when you talk about housing, I don't know those of you who are in the Pechacucha, about the myths and the way we talk about housing that turns people off. Same thing is happening with sustainability and climate. So what Eco America has is messaging about how do you engage people? How do you engage them in talking about difficult issues? And it's about that positive solutions. It's about talking about how it is part of you and your family, how everyone is impacted, how it impacts you, even if a neighborhood across on the other side of town has a problem with housing, all the things that connect back to you. And senior housing. So many of us, we're all getting older, and so many of us have aging parents or aging relatives. We know that that's going to continue to be an issue too. So we talk about climate. These are some of the things we do in our research on how do we engage people, how are we positive in solutions, how do you make it relevant and real and local. And that is the end of my Pechacucha, which was a few more than 20 slides, and I wasn't nearly as entertaining as some of you who are really talented speakers. But I hope that I've given you sort of a big picture view of all the things that go into housing, of all the possibilities we have, and of the ways that we can make positive, healthy neighborhoods for all of us going forward. You know, we do have the solutions at hand. We do have the money available. It's just not in the right place yet. So do we have time for a few questions? Where's Bob? There, do we have time for a few questions? Okay. Unless everybody's thinking about the cocktail hour. Does anybody have a question before we wrap up?
I wonder, I've been reading a lot about what Charlotte has done recently relative to affordable housing. If you could say a little bit, if you could just say a little bit about what Charlotte has been up to. I know you've gone from there for a couple of years, but I know you keep up with it.
So, Charlotte, like most urban centers today, has a big challenge with affordable housing. Gentrification. You saw our rents going up. So we just passed a bond for $50 million. The voters voted for it by like 68, 70%. And we had a collaboration in our community with our Chamber of Commerce, with our Community Foundation, with our City Council, our County Commission, and a number of leaders, one of them in the healthcare area, because again, housing and healthcare are so interrelated. And the community conversation helped educate folks about the challenge, about that gap, about where our housing challenges are, and about how it impacts all of us. We passed the $50 million bond, but then we also reached out. We have two major banks in Charlotte. We have Bank of America, and we have a Wells Fargo, not their headquarters, but one of their East Coast headquarters. We got them to dedicate some grants and some low-interest loans. We had our Community Foundation step up. We used that sense of civic pride of Charlotte. We don't want Charlotte to be the last on that ladder of opportunity, which we came out. I don't know if you remember that slide. We were number like 50 out of 50. So we really played on that sense of civic pride. This is our city. This is our community. This is our reputation. And if we're not helping the least of these, if we're not helping give people a hand up, not a hand out, because people are engaged, people in the communities were part of the conversation. We are helping bring this forward, and with that collaboration, with every aspect in the business sector leading that, we are meeting some of those challenges. There's still going to be more. We have a challenge with our transit and our transportation. Our roads are getting clogged, and again, trying to figure out in those areas where we have NIMBY going on, how do we get our hourly workers close to where they're going to be working in some of those high-income areas. It remains a challenge. We don't, North Carolina, have the ability to do inclusionary zoning. We're not allowed to say, you have to do 10% of these units affordable. We can't, we're prohibited by law. So it's about educating the community, engaging the community, finding leaders in the not usual suspects, the head of our hospital, who happens to be African American, and understands that issue as well. We know we've had redlining, we know we've had the whole history of segregation and racism and Jim Crow. That's a huge challenge for all of us in the South. To be able to talk about that openly and talk about how we solve that together. Very powerful in Charlotte. Thanks. Anybody else? I'm not doing a stripper. Somebody in the last section talking about that. And I have my email up there, Jen Roberts at Eco America. If you have any questions about climate, about housing, about what's going on in Charlotte. And I actually lived in DC for a couple years too, so have been through Richmond a lot. My husband works for McGuire Woods, I know they're headquartered here. So lots of connections. We need to learn from each other. We need to remember that we're not in this alone. And I know that's one of the challenges when you're trying to help your community. The other challenge is to bring people impacted into the discussion early. And we did that in Charlotte. We actually had in our outreach to affordable housing, we had people who were homeless, people who were formerly homeless, come and sit at the table and say, what do you need? What makes your environment feel welcoming? What do you see as the biggest challenges for people trying to find housing? That made a huge difference. We do have a question.
Right here in Richmond, good evening. Right here in Richmond, you have a lot of public housing, prime real estate. How do you get the tenants educated along with local businesses to adopt a program in terms of container homes?
Oh,
with the container homes?
For container homes?
Yes, or knowing that there is no money for new construction, bringing the private, public together to start a discussion, because it's only going to work if they have the discussion. How would you do that?
So what we found worked is to find leadership. People who know and understand housing, and they may be people who are connected to construction or who are connected to some aspect of housing, but find leaders who are willing to talk about those tough issues, about the fact that people don't like the appearance of something. Well, we have a challenge here that is about a lot more than appearance. And there are ways that communities can come together and be trained to help improve with landscaping, with tree planting. You know, it's interesting. I noticed in Charlotte some of our habitat neighborhoods did not have trees. And let me tell you, in the summer, talk about an urban heat island and increased utility costs, making the housing less affordable. So you get the Boy Scouts to come plant trees. And it makes a huge difference in how people feel about that neighborhood. Landscaping is a big deal. It helps filter the water. It helps keep the soil from washing away. It helps provide shade. It gives oxygen. These are things that are not nice to have, they're have to have. In the same way that parks, that one exhibit of having a park in the middle where there was no access otherwise, parks are incredibly important. So getting leaders to talk about those challenges, to talk about the connection, and even getting like city and county officials and state officials to all talk about it. It takes persistent education and citizens showing up. Citizens showing up at city meetings and county council, county commission meetings and saying, we need help. We need for you to do something about it. Having those leaders talk about it, having citizens continue to advocate. It is not, there's no easy path. But absolutely, we saw some great ideas today about modular homes, about easier to construct homes, about things, rethinking. You know, this whole seminar is rethink the box, rethink the way that we've done things. You know, we are damaged by our whole idea of sprawl, of the cul-de-sac with the two-car garage. We have built our cities in an unsustainable way. That is, it's clogged our transportation. It's dirtied our air. It's made it unaffordable for people to live. We have to rethink how we build our cities. And density, and we're having this problem in Charlotte. People in these, you know, tree-lined neighborhoods, they don't want a 5-story apartment building at the end of their street. Well, guess what? It's coming, and it's good. And there can be great neighbors. We had one supported housing development that was fought by the neighborhood. It's called McCreesh Place. There are 50 individuals there, hard to employ. They needed an on-the-site counselor. Now the neighbors love them. It is about introducing people to other people. It's about telling those stories and saying we are all in this together. There, but for the grace of God, go I. So it's not easy. You have to do it as a team, but we have to be positive it can be done. Thank you for a great question.
Thank you.
All right. Yay! Time for this.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. It was an honor to have you close out this conference for us. My name is Erica Sims, and I'm with Housing Virginia, and I want to thank our amazing staff, volunteers, and team for putting on this successful event today. If you've chosen to join us for the evening's reception at the Speakeasy Grill, it's a short 2 blocks away from here. You go left out the main doors and left out the exit of the exhibit hall, and it's 2 blocks down. It's 526 North 2nd Street. For me, today was a day of learning, experimenting, and imagining, and we are all here because we believe in the future of our industry to do transformative things in the lives of Virginians. So on behalf of Housing Virginia, I am so grateful that you came today, and I look forward to creating new and better and more affordable housing with all of you. Please take the flowers with you on the tables if you'd like.
So are you...
I'm independent. I'm freelance.
Okay, and you've been filming
Yes, sir.
a bunch of the sessions
Yes.
today?